Chapter 651, Would Spirit Nascent. The small green silhouette hadn't taken the slightest damage from Han Li's strike and sneered at Han Li. Han Li scoffed, "It's too early to be proud. If you truly wish to devour my nascent soul, it's going to take more than a few arrogant words. If I had guessed correctly, you can only consume the souls of low-grade cultivators. To speak of consuming a cultivator's nascent soul is pure fantasy. Perhaps you might have been able to previously do this, but as of current, your mind may wish it, but your body is weak. You are only capable of assuming that strange form of yours. Enough rubbish, let's first see how you fare against these flying swords." These words caused the small silhouette's expression to vastly change, revealing malice from its eyes. At that moment, Han Li pointed to the flying swords spiraling above him. With a clear ring, 12 of the flying swords shot forward in a streak of azure light. The small green silhouette stood in place with a sullen expression. As the dozen of azure sword lights spiraled around the small person and sliced it up into countless strands. As these strands remained floating in the air, they began to sparkle, much to Han Li's alarm. A bewildering chuckle soon came from strands and they flickered with light before restoring the small silhouette in its original form. The silhouette seemed to have been completely infuriated by Han Li's words. It ominously, "Tch. Not bad, not bad. Your set of flying swords must have been created from golden lightning bamboo. Although I don't know how you acquired so much of it, it is truly ridiculous to think of injuring me with those swords alone. You will come to know that my words aren't born of arrogance." The silhouette then formed an incantation gesture with its hands and blinding green radiance gleamed. But before it could fully finish casting its technique, bright light flashed from above its head. 12 flying swords simultaneously pulsed with lightning and formed a dense net of golden lightning as it charged towards it. Humph! This junior still won't give up. Did I not say that the divine lightning has no effect on me? Wait, what are you doing? The girlish voice became shrill as if it grew frightened. The net of golden lightning didn't explode as it had anticipated. Instead, the net remained firm when it caught the small silhouette, and it unceasingly tightened around the silhouette. The small silhouette knew that this was far from good, and its body flickered with green light in its utmost attempt to resist. However, its struggle was in vain as it was soon trapped in a large golden bowl. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but wryly smile. This net of divine devilbane lightning was a technique that was founded by Han Li. Because golden lightning bamboo was exceeding rare, only 1 or 2 stalks would be used in the formation of a magic tool. And since they had a limited amount of divine lightning, they were only reserved as a trump card against devilish and evil techniques. Additionally, making such a large net of lightning would require over 10 stalks worth of divine devilbane lightning to form. As such, none could have afforded to do this before Han Li. Having controlled the divine devilbane lightning for so many years, Han Li already sensed that in addition to an innate ability to subdue evil and devilish techniques, it also possessed the wondrous effect of restraining the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it was the sacred azura flames or wind spirit energy, they had both been actively and securely subdued. This unexpected discovery was much to Han Li's delight. While he was still at core formation stage, he was unable to use lightning nets as he wished because of his lacking cultivation, and had rarely used them in battle. But with his vastly strengthened cultivation and spiritual sense as of current, he no longer had such problems. Although he didn't know where this little silhouette came from, he knew that it was neither flesh or ghost. It was more akin to a strange variation of a cultivator's nascent soul. With that thought, Han Li attempted to make use of the net. Unfortunately for the silhouette, although it had heard legends of the divine devilbane lightning, it was unaware of its hidden properties. Else, it wouldn't have so casually received the attack with its body as a demon nascent. In the blink of an eye, this haughty figure had been easily confined. Seeing that it succeeded, Hanli smiled and raised his hand, shooting out an azure mist to collect the golden ball into his hand. The golden sphere faintly trembled and released furious, ear-piercing shrieks. "You dare to trap this old woman? Quickly release me, or else I will refine your soul and subject you to a fate worse than death." Hanli frowned and sullenly said, "Refine my soul? It seems your esteemed self still doesn't understand your situation. Let's talk about this again once you've properly calmed down." Claps of thunders rang out as lightning shot out from his hands. These thin slivers of lightning wrapped layers around the golden ball, consuming nearly half of his sword's lightning reserves. With some further inspection of the enlarged golden ball, he wore a satisfied expression. Paying no heed of the girl's raving shouts from the golden ball, Hanli took out a white jade box from his storage pouch and shut it inside. He then took out a few restriction talismans and slapped them onto the box without any hesitation, putting a sudden end to the rant. Hanli weighed the jade box in his hand and his expression was once again normal. After putting the jade box away, he glanced down at the soulless body of the fat cultivator and indifferently turned it to ash with a fireball before calmly flying in the direction of the small city. A short moment later, Hanli leisurely made his way to the tavern and simply waited for the birth celebration to draw near. Not long after, there was a shocking discovery in the state of Yuanwu. The notorious murderers of vagrant cultivators dual fiends Peng Yi had completely disappeared from the country. Not a single trace of them have been found. Of course, this signified to many that they had died. When this news reached around, the vagrant cultivators in the country cheered. There were those that said they were disposed of by a sect they offended. There was also word that they encountered an expert on their travels and were slayed as a result of their notoriety. For a time, all sorts of rumors filled the skies. Tens of thousands kilometers away in the distant state of Tianluo was the nest of the 6 Devil Dao sects. The Grand Spirit Mountains in the west of Tianluo spanned over tens of thousands of kilometers without interruption. The mountains were steep and were home to countless spirit beasts and exotic insects. It was the location of the controlling spirit sect's monastery. In the instant the demon nascent was sealed, an old man's furious shout suddenly echoed from a pitch-black stone room. "Who is it? Who dares to imprison the wood spirit nascent? Servant, quickly contact the spirit-controlling sect members in the state of Yuanwu. If they are unable to find the wood spirit nascent in 3 months' time, then they will have to kill themselves for the sin of their failure. Also, they must act carefully not to let the Devil Flame sect be aware of this matter." Although the old man was furious, his orders were concise. "As you bid, Marshal Senior. I will pass down the commands." A man's stern voice came out from outside the room. The old man continued, "I'm not done. Also call for Yunji and Lu Yuer to personally make a trip to the state of Yuanwu. They both have wood attribute spiritual roots and have the most suitable bodies for the wood spirit nascent. Perhaps they will be able to feel something if they go closer to the wood spirit nascent. However, have the 2 women be careful. Whoever restrained the wood spirit nascent is certain to possess great abilities. The 2 women wouldn't be able to confront him. So long as they find the person who imprisoned the wood spirit nascent, I will come to personally deal with them." The man's voice respectfully replied, "Yes, I will personally tell the 2 junior martial sisters to go. This martial nephew will now take his leave." Soon after the man's footsteps faded into the distance, a deep sigh filled the room and the darkness became silent once more. Behind the concealment of the purple mist of the Purple Road Mountains, the Fu clan master Fu Tianhua was in high spirits with a flushed face. He viewed all the juniors in his clan with a kind face, leaving his juniors feeling overwhelmed with favor. They were all used to him wearing a more stern expression. This was of no surprise. The marital ancestor's celebration of 400 years of life was about to arrive. He was the oldest core formation cultivator in the clan, and even 2 of the Devil Flame sect's enforcers were going to come today for his birthday celebration. This greatly increased the Fu clan's prestige. The Fu clan juniors didn't dare to be negligent and were doing their utmost around the castle so that this birth celebration wouldn't result in a loss of prestige for the clan ancestor. After the Fu clan ancestor made a round through the castle, he seemed quite satisfied. He then entered a side hall with a few juniors in tow. The sharp-eyed, purple-robed Fu clan ancestor leaned against an armchair in the room and slowly said, "Chinger. Have the honorable guests from the Devil Flame sect arrived yet? Is there something keeping them busy?" While his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with dignity, suitable for the man who led the Fu clan through over 100 years of prosperity. "Venerable ancestor, the Devil Flame sect's senior son has sent over a disciple stating that he and Protector Mo will certainly arrive to offer congratulations. However, it will take 1 or 2 days more." A pale 40-year-old cultivator helplessly replied in a hurry. Chapter 652. Omen. An old man with thin eyebrows and embroidered robes stood at the side of the pale-faced man and added on, "Even so, martial ancestor need not worry. The Fu clan maintained a steady relationship with Senior's son and Mo for over 100 years. They will arrive soon. As their sect's current heights was in significant part due to our Fu clan's backing, we can be considered to be closely tied together. Besides, we sent 2 of our clan's most outstanding female disciples as their concubines. They would be embarrassed not to come." The Fu clan ancestor twirled his long beard and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. With his previous smile vanished, he said, "It's not that I'm worried whether or not Brother Sun and Mo will come, but I merely feel somewhat ill at ease at the day of the birth celebration approaches. It seems as if something great is about to happen. It is rather worrying. Has our Fu clan recently offended a particularly fearsome character or some larger sects?" When this was said, the people in the hall couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a long while, the pale-faced man carefully answered, "Venerable ancestor, you should also know this. Although our Fu clan has greatly flourished over the years, we've offended countless clans and small sections. But the most hostile to us are the Qin and Hu clans. Could they be plotting something? It definitely isn't those 2 clans. While those 2 clans were able to contend with us for some time, they no longer possess many high-grade cultivators. They don't have the capability to stir up trouble." The Fu clan ancestor coldly shook his head, but he soon frowned. With some further hesitation, he said, "However, if they were join hands with other small clans, they may take advantage of this opportunity to attack. They'd be able to greatly injure the clan's strength. After all, in order to curry favor with the Devil Flame sect, our Fu clan killed many of the 2 clans' cultivators for resisting the Devil Dao. As of current, the Qin and Hu clans have lost their backing and are hiding away. With the hatred they hold towards us, it isn't an impossible matter." With that said, the Fu clan ancestor's expression grew sullen. The embroidered-robed old man cautiously asked, "What does venerable ancestor mean?" In an instant, the Fu clan ancestor leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Then with an adamant tone, he declared, "We will be calm on the surface, but remain inwardly vigilant. Double the sentries. Have the protective formation continuously activated without pause. And be particularly mindful of vagrant cultivators with unclear background." "Yes, it will be arranged." The pale-faced cultivator immediately accepted the orders. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor appeared to be in a poor mood, the remaining Fu clan juniors all stood in place, even not daring to breathe too loudly. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly said, "Tianyun, call over your 3rd uncle. Have him take the iron-back beast into his spirit beast pouch and bring it along with him to the birth celebration. Only he can control our Fu sect's sacred sect-protecting beast." The embroidered-robed old man couldn't help cry out, "What? Didn't esteemed ancestors say that 3rd uncle should be disturbed during the birth celebration because he was currently in a crucial point in his cultivation?" The Fu clan ancestor coldly snorted and said, "The past is the past, the present is now." Although cultivators can't always predict calamity as it appears, there are times where one's instinct is particularly sharp. It cannot be helped. In order to be careful, it is better for this old man to overly suspicious than having our Fu clan meet calamity. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor was about to get angry, the old man obediently agreed, "Yes, ancestor. I will now call third uncle out of seclusion." He promptly left afterwards. Not yet finished, the Fu clan ancestor gave many more additional orders before finally feeling at ease. With so many preparations in place for contingencies, he felt as if matters would be taken care of. On a barren mountain outside of Violet Road Mountain, there was a group of 30 vagrant cultivators that were pointing at the purple mist and were whispering amongst them. Hanli was mixed among the cultivators and were examining his surroundings in silence as if he were a common recluse. It had come as a surprise to Hanli that there were so many vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators in the state of Yuanwu. Only a small portion of them should have come to congratulate the Fu clan ancestor's age. Back when he was in the state of Yu, vagrant Foundation establishment cultivators were rarely seen. Although the state of Yuanwu was somewhat larger than the state of Yu, the difference shouldn't have been great. But after 100 years had passed, this new development made Hanli feel as if the world had left him behind. However, Hanli was unaware that before the righteous and devil Dao attacked, a majority of Foundation establishment pills were held by sects and clans. Few ever made their way into the hands of vagrant cultivators. But with the upheaval from 100 years ago, many sects and clans ended up being exterminated. Destroyed inheritances and incense burning were common occurrences, resulting in a large quantity of Foundation establishment pills being spread in the chaos. Although a majority of pills were acquired by clans and sects, the small portion that managed to land into the hands of vagrant cultivators created a sudden increase of Foundation establishment disciples in each country, forming a large amount of force. There were even a few vagrant cultivators that had managed to reach core formation through chance. As the righteous Dao, the devilish Dao, and the heavenly Dao alliance, they all adopted a policy of absorbing all vagrant cultivators they could and suppressing those that resisted. As a result, the vagrant cultivators weren't able to form anything greater, despite their vast increase in number. As Hanli was mulling over this, he suddenly spotted 8 streaks of red light flying across the sky. After landing in front of the purple mist, the light faded away to reveal a group of cultivators wearing fire-red robes. There were 2 core formation cultivators leading the group. One had a face full of white hair and a gourd at his waist. The other had an ordinary appearance but his eyes possessed a threatening chill. The vagrant cultivators became restless upon seeing the new arrivals. Some even whispered that they came from the Devil Flames sect. The more experienced vagrant cultivators spoke in particularly soft whispers, fearing that the Devil Flames sect members would hear them. Those are the Devil Flames sect's external affair enforcers Sun and Mo. The 2 female cultivators at their side should be the renowned beauties of the Fu clan. I heard that they've already become the 2 seniors' concubines. With Hanli's cultivation unconcealed, the 2 core formation cultivators were able to sense Hanli's profound cultivation. In the old man's alarm, he forced a smile in spite of his apprehension and said, "So it turned out to be a nascent soul senior. May I ask why senior honors us with his presence? Is there something that the Fu clan may assist you with?" Hanli narrowed his eyes and stared at the violet-robed old man at the corner of the room. "Are you the Fu clan ancestor?" Upon hearing Hanli's emotionless question, the Fu clan ancestor respectfully replied, "Junior doesn't dare to call himself an ancestor in front of Senior. Junior's name is Fu Tianhua, the current Fu clan master." The unease in his heart only became more fervent. He faintly felt that this nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any good intentions with his arrival. Hanli looked at the old man and revealed a strange expression. Since you're the Fu clan ancestor, it seems I hadn't found the wrong person. Since I've come to the Fu clan for reparations, it is better to first speak with your esteemed self. When the Fu clan ancestor heard Hanli, he felt his heart drop down an endless abyss. Reparations? Senior must be joking. This is the first time Junior has ever seen Senior. Is Senior mistaken? When the large man at the side heard this, his complexion became bloodless and he couldn't help but grasp the spirit beast pouch with greater force. To hear of a nascent soul cultivator demanding reparations was a matter that was far from good. Hanli casually glanced in the direction of the large man and beamingly smiled. Mistaken? That can't be. Originally, I thought to give you an explanation to avoid having you become wronged ghosts, but you've had a long history of dirty behavior, so I won't waste my breath. You two will be the first to go. I'll promptly send the rest of the Fu clan to accompany you on the other side. As soon as Hanli finished speaking, the Fu clan ancestor furiously shouted, "What? You wish to exterminate the entire Fu clan?" He took out a yellow talisman and quickly withdrew into the wall in a flash of light as if it were an illusion. It appeared to be a rarely seen earth movement talisman. Just where could you possibly run away? Hanli scoffed, but he didn't chase after him. Instead, he flicked his finger in a different direction. A streak of azure light appeared as quickly as it disappeared, penetrating through the chest of the large man at the corner of the room. His barrier had been instantly shattered. But in the instant the large man died, the spirit beast pouch flickered with light before soon fading away, releasing a faint roar. The large man's corpse fell to the floor, but Hanli didn't bother to look at him. As of current, killing an early core formation cultivator was child's play. However, he was somewhat interested in the spirit beast pouch in his hand and casually took it with a wave of his hand. Hanli then glanced at the wall the Fu clan ancestor had disappeared in and smirked. With a wave of his sleeve, a white fox flew out and appeared before Hanli. Hanli ordered the small fox, "Use your earth movement technique to deal with the Fu clan ancestor. With your illusions and cultivation as a tool spirit, it should be quite easy for you to deal with a mid-core formation cultivator." "Of course, Master. It will take just a moment. I will return quickly." The small fox revealed a proud appearance and it disappeared from the pavilion in the flash of yellow light. At that moment, Hanli patted the storage pouch at his waist, releasing countless black-tainted gold-devouring beetles in the air. A moment later, a huge cloud of black, gold, and silver swirled above him. "Go!" Suddenly, the cloud of beetles separated into countless strands, instantly forming 100 small blades swarming out from the window. Hanli then sat cross-legged inside the pavilion and began to use the Great Development technique to envelope the entirety of the Fu clan castle in his spiritual sense. The direct descendants of the Fu clan were easily identifiable. Regardless of what they wore, they all cultivated several of the same techniques, all of which were revealed underneath Hanli's spiritual sense. As for the Fu clan mortals that were lacking any spiritual roots, Hanli took no notice of them. He merely directed the tricolored flying swords to devour the Fu clan cultivators. An instant later, miserable screams, shouts of alarm and the dense smell of blood filled the air. As this was occurring, the Fu clan ancestor was deep underground and was quickly flying through the earth through the use of the talisman. His only thought was to escape into the distance. As for disciples and juniors in the castle, he had no intention of thinking about them. Although he didn't personally see his large nephew die, he had already imagined what happened. Even with the Fu clan sect protecting beast, escaping from a nascent soul cultivator was simply a pipe dream. However, the Fu clan ancestor would be perfectly content if he occupied his attention for even just a moment. As for the other Fu clan members, he wished to save them, but he lacked the strength. He would merely become another casualty. As such, he may as well just preserve himself. So long as the Fu clan ancestor still remained, the Fu clan could be considered to be alive. Apart from the Fu clan castle, there were many other Fu clan estates in the state of Yuanwu. Provided that he survived, the Fu clan would eventually rise once more. However, he was particularly depressed and puzzled about how the Fu clan had possibly attracted the ire of an unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. He actually declared that the Fu clan would be exterminated as soon as he began speaking. Although this nascent soul cultivator was entirely emotionless, the old man felt his heart tremble upon recalling his expression. When the Fu clan ancestor flew out of scope of the Fu clan castle, he heard woman's soft voice speak, "Your earth movement technique is truly slow. How about you hand over your head and allow me to report back to master?" The Fu clan ancestor was greatly shocked and couldn't help but stop. In a white blur, a gorgeous beauty appeared before him. She stood only a meter before him and faced him with an enchanting smile. "You." Just as the Fu clan ancestor was about to cry out in alarm, the woman parted her sweet lips and blew out a pink fragrance mist, enveloping the vulnerable Fu clan ancestor in an instant. The Fu clan ancestor inwardly cursed. He hastily attempted to cast a spell and flee, but the sweet scent rendered his body lax and powerless. Before he could do anything to defend himself, he fell unconscious. When Silvermoon saw that her prey had fallen unconscious, she faintly smiled and casually waved her hand, sending a white crescent streak towards his neck. Blood splattered. Inside the large hall of the Fu clan castle there were several hundred guests that were festively chatting. Several core formation cultivators that had personally come to pay their respects were kept company by a few of the higher-grade cultivators in the Fu clan. Friendly relations flourished between the guests and hosts. But suddenly, there were several screams of anguish that could be faintly heard from outside the hall. The bustling voices in the hall came to an abrupt stop, and many guests looked at each other in dismay. A few of the more quick-witted cultivators immediately turned their gazes onto the Fu clan cultivators. The blue-robed old man sitting at the side of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers also appeared shocked, but soon, he wore a calm expression and loudly shouted, "Everyone, please do not worry. It is possible it is but a small matter. I will call over someone and see what's going on." He was the younger cousin of the Fu clan ancestor and was the third Fu clan core formation cultivator. At that moment, he excused himself from the company of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers and turned to the two Fu clan cultivators standing behind him. He immediately gave them orders to quickly rush out the hall and report back. The two Devil Flame core formation cultivators both appeared calm, but they glanced at each other with a trace of doubt. Two more miserable screams came from the outside. It was clear that the two Fu clan cultivators that were sent outside had met a vicious attack. The guests in the hall had clearly heard this, and their expressions vastly changed. The blue-robed old man's expression grew unsightly and he deeply sighed before standing up. He said with a deep voice, "Activate the hall's restrictions and quickly send word to the ancestor." When a nearby Fu clan cultivator heard this, he acknowledged the order with a pale complexion. He then took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and whispered a few words before releasing it. The talisman shot out from the roof in a streak of red light, but a moment later, the cultivator spoke with a raspy voice, "Not good." The sound transmission talisman was shot down. "We seem to be surrounded." When this was said, even the core formation guests couldn't remain calm. The pockmarked Devil Flame sect enforcer frowned and said, "Fellow Daoist Fu, it seems enemies have snuck into your castle. Brother Sun and I will go out with you and have a look." The blue-robed old man's anxiousness was greatly relieved upon hearing him. He immediately rejoiced and said, "I am greatly thankful for your assistance. I will have to trouble you to do so." The middle-aged man surnamed Sun frowned as if disapproving of his companion's actions, but he followed him nevertheless. As for the remaining four core formation cultivators in the hall, they glanced at each other and didn't reveal the slightest intent to help. The others in the hall grew completely silent, watching the three core formation cultivators walk out from the hole. As the three calmly approached the hall door, loud buzzing suddenly came from outside the hole. The three couldn't help but halt their steps upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-long beam of azure light swept inside and wrapped around the three core formation cultivators. A dozen lines of fine azure light then shot out from the azure beam in a display of blinding brilliance, forcing the cultivators in the hall to momentarily close their eyes. In that instant, the azure beam spiraled throughout the hole. The blue-clothed old man and the two Devil Flame sect cultivators halted and their bodies grew motionless as if from shock. As the cultivators in the hall were stunned in their awe, they were completely oblivious to what was happening. The sudden shriek of a female cultivator attracted the attention of all in the room. The paled female cultivator was sitting at the side of a Fu clan steward whose head had tumbled down at an unknown time. The headless corpse was still sitting upright as blood sprayed from its severed neck. The other cultivators then discovered that tens of Fu clan cultivators, regardless of their rank, had their heads tumbling onto the ground in a silent death. The azure light. Someone is using a magic treasure to attack them. Fellow Daoist Fu, you must. A cultivator who had decent relations to the Fu clan loudly shouted in alarm as if to warn the three core formation cultivators, but soon, his words came to a sudden stop and his face became ashen. At that moment, the blue-robed old man and company suddenly split into pieces as if they were made of paper. Their bodies had collapsed into piles of gore. When this occurred, the guests of the birthday celebration felt their breath turn cold. Although these cultivators were able to somewhat keep their calm previously, they were now in a complete panic. Each of them enveloped themselves in a colorful barrier and filled the room with the bright glow of various colored lights. Magic tools of all sorts began to float in front of many cultivators. Even a few of the cultivators who held more than friendly relations to the Fu clan gathered together restlessly with terrified expressions. For three core formation cultivators and tens of Fu clan disciples to be killed in the instant, how could it be anything else apart from the fearful existence known as a nascent soul cultivator? If it was truly a nascent soul cultivator, killing everyone else in the hall should be an extremely easy matter. As fear filled the hearts of those present, none dared to make any noise. Many guests presently felt vast regret for attending this Fu clan celebration. Wouldn't they be caught in the crossfire? Deathly silence filled the hall. A few of the core formation cultivators with stronger spiritual senses thought to stealthily release their spiritual sense to observe the outside. However, the Fu clan had placed down many spiritual sense restrictions in order to protect their secrets from prying eyes. As a result, they were blocked and couldn't help but resentfully curse the Fu clan. As anxiousness filled the hall, the voice of an unfamiliar man spoke. Those present are restricted from leaving this hall for 2 hours. Those who disobey will be killed. After those 2 hours are over, you may leave as you wish. The man's voice was simple and cold, but it also carried an indescribable malice, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Once those words were said, the cultivators in the room were greatly relieved. From his tone, it appeared that he had no intention of killing them. However, they clearly understood that they were spared most likely because they hadn't seen the man's true appearance. As such, none dared to disobey him. As for taking revenge for the Fu clan, the thought itself was a joke. Even if one had the capability, who would feud with a nascent soul cultivator over the mere Fu clan? The 2 hours passed by neither fast nor slowly. During this time, apart from a few whispers, screams of anguish occasionally came from the outside. They were curt and lasted only a moment. It was clear none in the Fu clan castle was able to retaliate as they were killed. The cultivators in the hall felt their heart tremble upon hearing these screams. Each of them guessed that the Fu clan had offended an expert or great power and was being exterminated as a result. There were many in the hall that felt schadenfreude or pity for them. After the time it took to finish the cup of tea, the screams in the Fu castle had ceased and the outside became as silent as within the hall. The guests then glanced at one another, but none of them dared to act rashly. Once the 2 hours had passed, the man's voice didn't return. In the end, one of the braver core formation cultivators decided to leave the hall and he safely left. In the following moment, the other guests began to rush out with relief. Chapter 655, Descendant. The Fu clan castle was entirely empty apart from a few bloodstains on the ground. It appeared that all of the direct lineage disciples of the Fu clan had been exterminated and even their corpses were burnt to ash. However, there were a few people that flew over on their magic tools and surveyed the entirety of the Fu clan castle, only to discover that the mortals and low-grade external disciples of the Fu clan were all unscathed. They even appeared to be completely ignorant of what had happened inside the castle. It seemed the attacker felt that killing off the direct lineage of the Fu clan was enough to ensure its extinction. Having just experienced that frightful affair, these cultivators naturally didn't dare to remain. A majority of vagrant cultivators immediately set off while a small portion of them temporarily stayed behind to have a whispered discussion before also departing. The Fu clan's extermination was an extremely important matter to both friendly and hostile powers. And with 2 Devil Flame sect enforcers slain as well, the Devil Flame sect would now be forced to take action regardless of whether or not it was a nascent soul cultivator who had exterminated the Fu clan. The witnesses of this incident quickly brought the information back to their sects and clans as quickly as they could. These powers needed to prepare for the vast changes that would soon occur. As the last few cultivators were hurriedly leaving the Fu clan, many green-robed cultivators had arrived just outside the Purple Road Mountains. They were surprised to see that the restrictions protecting the Fu clan castle were unmanned. At that moment, a few of the Fu clan outer disciples entered the castle and discovered what was inside. These qi condensation cultivators made a huge uproar and each of them had completely lost their minds to fear. The many green-clothed cultivators that were waiting in the air looked at each other in dismay upon seeing the panicked low-grade disciples. The top clan in the state of Yuanwu had met their end at the hands of a mysterious nascent soul cultivator. Word of this event spread throughout the entire cultivation world in the state of Yuanwu, raising an uproar amongst the various powers. With 2 of the Devil Flame sect enforcers having perished during the Fu clan extermination, the upper echelon of the Devil Flame sect flew into a humiliated rage, and sent out men to find the mysterious and vicious attacker who did this. They even stated that their own nascent soul founder wouldn't allow this expert to run free. However, those with sharper judgment would realize that the Devil Flame sect was merely putting on airs, and would most likely not take action. After all, according to the witnesses, the 2 Devil Flame sect enforcers had recklessly taken the initiative to stand closely to a Fu clan cultivator as the nascent soul cultivator was carrying out his revenge. It was merely bad luck. Even if the Devil Flame sect was even more powerful and attempted to hunt down the murderer, cultivators weren't easily trapped or killed once they had reached nascent soul stage. They would need to dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators of a similar grade or place down a fearsome restriction to even think of killing him. Of course, the Devil Flame sect wasn't about to dispatch several nascent soul cultivators over revenge for a few core formation enforcers. Even if the sect was willing, the nascent soul eccentrics weren't about to take action over something so trivial. Regardless of the declaration, a tremor swept through the entirety of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan's spirit stones, marketplaces, and other holdings were divided up by several different powers. However, this had nothing to do with Hanli. Unlike what other cultivators guessed, Hanli had remained inside the state of Yuanwu for several days after the extermination was carried out. He was currently at an small, unremarkable mountain. At the moment, he was floating in the air with his body enveloped in azure light, and was staring at the fog surrounding the mountain center with a reminiscent expression. Over 100 years have passed, yet this place is still the same. Since the restrictions here still exist, Could it be that other cultivators are living here now? Han Li muttered with a calm expression. After he had exterminated the Fu clan cultivators with his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles, Han Li directly flew to Axian Rian's secluded mountain with the Fu clan ancestors' severed head in his possession. In the past, he had made friends with Axian Rian and Qi Yunxiao. Now that he had taken revenge on their behalf, he planned on paying his respects at their graves and bringing the matter to a conclusion. However, he didn't anticipate that Axian Rian's former residence was being occupied by other cultivators. He couldn't help but wear a doubtful expression. After some thought, Han Li directly flew towards the mountain's restrictions. With his current cultivation and understanding of spell formations, the restrictions were incapable of stopping him. As Han Li stood in front of the fog, he calmly flicked his fingers and shot many various colored magic seals into the restriction. Soon after, the mist roiled and revealed a small passageway that Han Li immediately flew through. A short moment later, the mist disappeared and Han Li arrived before the residence that Axian Rian had personally built. Glancing at the deep yellow bamboo buildings, Han Li felt a trace of nostalgia as well as a feeling of sadness at times long past. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from a bamboo building. Her face still contained beauty and weak spiritual qi fluctuations were emitted from her body. She was only a fourth-layer qi condensation cultivator. When Han Li saw her, he couldn't help but frown. This woman gave him a familiar impression. Ah! Who are you? How did you get in here? The middle-aged woman spotted Han Li and couldn't help but shout in surprise. Soon after, she flusteredly took out 2 fire-red talismans from her waist and looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. This was to be expected. This woman suddenly found an unfamiliar cultivator in a place that she had deemed to be completely secure. It was only natural for her to be alarmed and wary. Moreover, while this woman was unable to recognize Han Li's true cultivation with her meager power, she was able to feel that Han Li's magic power was profound beyond imagination. As such, she grew fearful. Just as Han Li stroked his chin and planned to ask for the woman's identity, she suddenly shouted in pleasant surprise after closely examining Han Li, "Ee! Could it be Senior Han?" Han Li was stunned when he heard this and revealed a trace of amazement. After muttering under his breath for a moment, he faintly realized something. He wore a friendly expression as he asked, "What relationship do you have with Xiao Mei? You look very similar to her." When the woman heard Han Li call out her ancestor's name, she realized she was correct and respectfully bowed. "Oh, Senior must be speaking of my ancestor. My ancestor passed away many years ago. For the time being, this junior is staying in Miss Axian's residence." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "Your servant Mei's descendant. To think that the silly little girl is now an ancestor." He then wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Still, how was it that you recognized me?" The woman blushed and embarrassingly said, "In the past, my ancestor personally drew Senior's portrait. I've looked at this portrait since I was small. That is why I was able to recognize Senior at a glance." "Oh! A portrait. I had no idea." A trace of amazement appeared on Han Li's face. He then curiously asked, "Could I take a look at it?" "Of course, Senior. How about Senior first head inside? I'll bring it to you there." The woman stepped to the side and respectfully invited Han Li in. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li walked into the bamboo building and noticed that the interior was unremarkable. But upon seeing that it was clean and well kept, Han Li nodded his head. Once Han Li took a seat, the woman hastily steeped a pot of tea. Although it couldn't be compared to the spirit tea that Axian Rian once made, it was still pleasant and exceptional. As he began to drink the tea, the woman excused herself and went to fetch the portrait. Han Li casually swept his spiritual sense around and immediately spotted the woman. As expected, she was walking towards a pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty, but on the second floor Hanli saw a long wooden table. The table had two pitch-black memorial tablets that were inscribed with the names of Qi Yunxiao and Xian Rian. When Hanli saw this, his heart grew dim while he recalled the smiles the two wore in the past. It was a pity the two had passed so long ago. After the woman deeply saluted the memorial tablets, she took a rolled-up, foot-long scroll from the table drawer. She then hurriedly descended and ran directly towards Hanli's building. Chapter 656, A Parting Gift. Hanli received the portrait and gently unrolled the scroll in his hand to reveal a meter-long portrait of a smiling azure-robed man. It was a lifelike image of himself. After taking a look at the scroll, Hanli sighed and rolled it back up. After a moment of thought, Hanli stared at the woman and slowly asked, "Might I ask why your ancestor left behind a portrait of me? Is there a deeper meaning behind it?" When the woman heard this, she wore a hesitant expression. With some thought, she carefully replied, "Senior Han, before Junior answers this question, may I ask whether or not you remember your promise with Miss Xian?" "Of course I remember." "You also know of the matter?" Hanli asked with a trace of astonishment. With a heart filled with apprehension, the woman looked at Hanli and softly said, "In fact, Junior has continued to stay here in large part due to Senior. However, I hope you'll forgive me as I cannot speak forthrightly until your promise with Miss Xian is fulfilled." Fine. Hanli expressionlessly tossed a wooden box onto the table from his storage pouch. "This." The woman felt her heart jump as she wasn't sure what Hanli intended. Hanli calmly said, "There is no need for fellow Daoists to be so flustered. The box contains the head of the Fu clan ancestor. The direct lineage of the Fu clan have been exterminated, and only a few distant Fu clan members remain. The Fu clan no longer holds any power in the state of Yuanwu. Is the promise considered fulfilled?" The woman cried out in shock, "What? The Fu clan ancestor has already been killed?" She looked at the box with gritted teeth and opened the lid, filling the air with the scent of blood. The woman's face paled, but upon recognizing the face of the head, she smiled. "It truly is the Fu clan ancestor. Many years ago, I stealthily caught sight of the villain from a distance." Hanli smiled and said, "Because I killed him several days ago, word should have already spread. So long as you talk to someone you're familiar with or go to a market city, you should be able to verify this." "Then Senior must have brought the head here too." "That's right. I came to this old place to honor Miss Xian and fellow Daoist Qi. I haven't made many friends in my life, and now that I've taken revenge on their behalf, I may as well follow it to completion." Hanli's voice grew sullen and his expression became earnest. "When Miss Xian and Sir Qi learn of this in the underworld, they will certainly be pleased. Please wait for a moment, I will be right back." The woman's expression became dim, but something soon came to mind and she hurriedly left. Hanli was baffled but nodded his head and watched as the woman rushed out of the room. This time, the woman walked to a building in the back and began to dig below a tree, eventually taking a faint green jade box from within the dirt. She then carefully brought it back into the room and placed it on the table in front of Hanli. "What's this?" Hanli narrowed his eyes and waited for her explanation. "Senior Han, before Miss Xian died from her illness, she left behind a message for my ancestor. She wished to give this box to Senior if he managed to fulfill his promise and exterminate the Fu clan. As a result, my ancestor remained here, as this would be the place Senior would make an appearance. Many years later, Senior hadn't yet returned and my ancestor passed this matter on to me. She even left behind a portrait of Senior so that we may recognize you. Now that you've personally arrived and fulfilled your promise, I will naturally act in accordance to Miss Xian's words and hand this item over to you. At long last, I am finally free of this burden." The woman spoke serenely and her expression appeared relieved. It appeared this matter had weighed heavily on her mind. Hanli felt moved as he gazed at the box on the table. He swept his spiritual sense past it and was somewhat astonished. Now that the spirit nascent is isolated from restrictions, we are even more hopeless. The scholarly man snorted and said, Junior Marshall's sister should leave those words for when an enforcer comes. Fortunately, Marshall Aunt Han and Marshall Aunt Lu will come to assist us. Those two Marshall aunts have wood spiritual roots. They should have some way of searching for it. However, I am quite curious how someone could possibly control something as fierce as the wood spirit nascent without a special magic tool. It is truly inconceivable. Enough. Regardless of who restricts the spirit nascent, we must find its whereabouts in order to save our own lives. Did you not hear the voice transmission that Marshall Ancestor Kwong personally sent? The burly man frowned and revealed a trace of anxiety as he said, Second Senior Marshall brother is right. It would be considered good if we managed to preserve our lives. However, the transportation formation along the way was broken and the two Marshall ants will need 2 days to arrive at the next transportation formation. Do you think that the cultivator who captured the spirit nascent will have left the state of Yuan-Wu during this time? After all, we don't even know what country this cultivator is from. Hee hee. Junior Marshall brothers seems to not know. Marshall aunts Lu and Han were candidates to fuse with the spirit nascent. Many years before, they cultivated a secret technique in preparation to fuse with it, and are able to sense the direction of the spirit nascent from far away. The cultivator that restricted the spirit nascent won't be able to escape the awareness of these Marshall ants. The old man spoke with a sullen tone, but his words seemed to hold confidence. Once they heard the old man, the other three appeared relieved. However, the scholarly man's eyes brightly flickered in thought and he asked, Do you think that the person who captured the spirit nascent and the cultivator who exterminated the Fu clan are one and the same? Could chance truly have it that the spirit nascent just happened to be captured several days before the Fu clan was exterminated? Could this person have realized that we had a relationship with the Fu clan and exterminated them to prevent them from helping us? Ninth Junior Marshall brother, you think too much. Even with such vast abilities, how could he possibly know that the spirit-controlling sect had a relationship with the Fu clan? It was most likely just a coincidence, the woman shook her head. But after some further thought, she became doubtful. However, for there to be two nascent soul cultivators to appear in the same place isn't very likely. Perhaps it truly is the same cultivator that has done this. Oh. Could you perhaps tell us about this? A young woman's lazy voice came from the direction of a large tree. Then in a blur of white light, two beautiful white-clothed women appeared before them. 1. The soul control technique was used in Chapter 293, only usable against mortals. The worry-free needle is a mortal technique that Han Li learned from Dr. Mo used in Chapter 203 against Han Yunji. Chapter 658, Former Residence's Spirit. Well, the four green-robed cultivators were shocked upon seeing the two white-clothed women that just appeared, but quickly rushed to salute them, Marshall Aunt Han. Marshall Aunt Lu. The frail woman with a pale face and wide eyes softly said, That's enough. No need to be overly polite. Junior Marshall Sister Lu and I have heard a bit of what you've said. Tell us about it and include all the details. Her voice sounded otherworldly. This woman was Han Yunji, a woman Han Li had encountered many times in the past. 1. Although her face was entirely the same as before, her body now appeared fragile and well-developed. Along with her beautiful body transformation, her cultivation had made great leaps as well, rising to early core formation. Many thanks, Marshall Aunt Han. Marshall nephew will obey orders. The old man in charge of the four green-clothed cultivators replied on the group's behalf. Han Yunji nodded with a smile and stepped forward. After finding a clean spot on the ground, she took a seat. The other beauty had phoenix eyes and long eyebrows. She was a beautiful woman with a carefree expression. With a smile, she said, "Your crimes are not light. If you truly are incapable of finding the spirit nascent, I fear your master wouldn't be able to plead for your lives." Her words startled the female cultivator among the group of 4. The old man bitterly laughed and wore an earnest expression. "Marshal nephew knows that his guilt is inescapable, but we were truly treated unjustly. I hope Marshal Ants will be able to speak a few words to the martial ancestor in our favor." The woman stretched herself while her lips glistened as she spoke. "Oh. Then how about you give an explanation? The person who restricted the nascent soul is now 500 kilometers away and we won't be able to catch up to him anytime soon. We are in no hurry for now. Yes, when we brought the spirit nascent to the Kunmu Mountains, Marshal Uncle Ding used an excuse." The old man respectfully gave a detailed explanation of the spirit nascent's escape, the spirit nascent's later capture and the Fu clan's extermination. Han Yunji calmly listened, but her face remained completely still as if her heart was already steeled. In contrast, the woman surnamed Lu occasionally revealed a curious expression and her gaze flickered as if she held great interest in the old man's words. A streak of azure light flickered over the border between the state of Yuanwu and the state of Yu. According to information Han Li had acquired, the state of Yu had fallen under the rule of the Ghost Spirit sect, and their headquarters were at the previous location of the Masked Moon sect. As for the Taiyu Mountains of Yellow Maple Valley, it had become the location of a side branch. After Han Li entered the state of Yu, he flew straight in the direction of the Taiyu Mountains. Nothing has changed. As Han Li stood on a huge pile of rocks, he felt an expression of faint loneliness. In the past, he had destroyed the mountain housing his previous cave residence over fear that the Devil Dao cultivators would discover it. Now that so many years had passed, it appeared to have become a desolate area. Of course, who could have possibly thought that there was a cultivator's residence concealed underneath the rubble? After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li raised his arm as his eyes flickered with white light. Several huge ape puppets were released that began to quickly clear away the rubble before them. The puppets cleared away the rubble by blasting a path through it with various colored beams of light, quickly clearing a way down towards the cave residence that lay beneath. With a narrow passageway formed, Han Li ordered the puppets to stand guard as he flew inside. The cave residence remained exactly the same as when he hastily left it. He couldn't make out any signs of entry, much to his relief. He didn't come here solely for nostalgia but for the spirit well spring that was located in his hidden room. Although he already had the Jade Spirit Well as well as the highest-ranked Spirit Well, the Spirit Well tree, one always had more room for another Spirit Well. Although this Spirit Well was somewhat small, he naturally wished to bring it along with him since he was already in the state of Yu. The Spirit Well spring was intact and emitting strands of white spiritual qi. Han Li wore a complicated expression as he looked at the Spirit Well and unconsciously recalled when he had just entered the Foundation establishment stage and how he discovered the Spirit Well when he carved out the cave residence. He vividly remembered it as if it had happened yesterday, raising all sorts of emotions in his heart. Han Li remained in a daze for a short while before recollecting himself. He then grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and struck the Spirit Well with several magic seals, instantly causing it to glow brilliantly and quake the nearby ground. Han Li then sat down with an unchanged expression and formed a strange hand seal as he stared at the Spirit Well. Water from the Spirit Well began to whirl as if an invisible hand was stirring it, causing the water surface to rise and form a profoundly deep black whirlpool. An astonishing wave of spiritual qi spread throughout the room. Han Li's expression stirred. This spiritual qi was beyond what he had anticipated. But after a short moment, he recovered from his surprise and quickly began to resume the extraction. The trembling of the nearby ground became increasingly severe and a blinding yellow light began to envelope the Spirit Well. This yellow light faintly deformed as the Spirit Well shrank and shined even more brilliantly. A short moment later, the light faded away and Han Li let out a sigh. The deep yellow, fist-sized ball floated in the air. There was now a huge, pitch-black hole beneath it where the spirit well had been. Han smiled upon seeing this, but his expression suddenly changed and became sullen. The puppets he had placed outside were under attack. Although they had not yet been destroyed, they were at a clear disadvantage and wouldn't last for long. Han instantly took out a jade box and carefully placed the yellow ball inside. He then flew out as quickly as he could. Once he arrived outside, he saw several black-clothed cultivators that had surrounded his 8 puppets about 100 meters away. A sullen, gray-clothed middle-aged man wore a puzzled expression as he observed the battle. Han Li's sudden appearance instantly shocked the cultivators at the scene, and the gray-clothed cultivator shouted for the attack to stop. The black-clothed cultivators hastily ceased their actions and withdrew to the man's side. An azure light arrived in midair and faded away to reveal Han Li. Chapter 659. The disciples of Splintered Soul. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages, and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders, as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick, pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble Brotherly to take action. The martial sky escort should be able to handle it. Ha! If those 3 leaders of the black scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the martial sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 black scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. Brotherly, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father. The large man responded with a helpless smile. Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Lee clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. It is just like how your Han clan has always been one of great literary repute, and how there is always one or two from your clan that manages to enter the imperial court as an official. The large man then crossed his hands and said, "Still, I am quite puzzled as to how our Han and Lee clans have managed to form such bonds despite having so little in common. This friendship has lasted deeply for many generations and has yet to fade with time." The scholarly man smiled and said, "Ah. In the past few days, I flipped through a few letters and unintentionally discovered a few events from the past. If Brotherly wishes to know about them, I can tell you about them, but I don't know how much of it is true." When the large man surnamed Lee heard this, he said with a curious expression, "Really? Our Lee clan has no custom of recording our ancestry. Apart from leaving behind a few martial teachings, there is little else left behind, let alone the history behind our clan's friendship." The large man gazed into the distance and his expression changed. "Not good, those three leaders have decided to attack. We'll have to put this off for now. Tell me about it after I take care of those three." He then shot out of the carriage as if he were being launched from a crossbow. Soon after, the large man's howls of laughter could be heard, followed by mournful screams. The scholarly man sighed and shook his head before closing the curtain. He didn't feel the need to look outside as he held complete confidence in the large man. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the sounds outside came to a sudden halt. The carriage's curtain fluttered for a moment, and the large man reappeared in the carriage with a blur. He appeared a bit worse for wear. His shoulder was bloodied as if he were slightly wounded, but nonetheless he heartily laughed to the scholarly man and said, "Those three were truly skilled. They had to make me do quite a bit, but having witnessed my might, the Black Scarf bandits have disappeared from the Jing province." The large man appeared to have enjoyed himself. When the scholarly man heard this, he wore an apologetic expression. "If I hadn't brought Brotherly along, I fear I would have passed on to the other side, with this route being my place of death. Due to the great hatred those enemies hold for me, I was forced to involve Brotherly." The large man surnamed Lee casually said, "What do you mean involve?" The Lee clan steadily established themselves at the top of Jianghu only because of the Han clan's great assistance. Helping each other is by no means an external affair. "That is true, but I was merely being contrary." The scholarly man's smile was replaced with an expression of calm. It seemed he was one of flexible mind. As the large man smeared a bottle of ointment on his back, he suddenly recalled the matter before the battle. "However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about our clan's past. I am quite curious about this." "Of course. When mentioning it, our clan's friendship is quite unfathomable. Do you recall the Seven Mysteries sect, the hegemon of the Jing province many decades ago? Our ancestors were martial brothers inside this Jianghu faction. According to what was said in the letter, my great-uncle was sworn brothers with your ancestor." Chapter 660, Hometown. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages, and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders, as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick, pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble brotherly to take action. The Marshal Sky escort should be able to handle it. Ha! If those 3 leaders of the Black Scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the Marshal Sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 Black Scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed, brotherly. Your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father. The large man responded with a helpless smile, little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. Chapter 661, Han Family Shrine. After entering the small restaurant, a sharply dressed waiter welcomed Han Li. Han Li didn't head to the 2nd floor and chose to sit in a remote corner of the 1st floor. He ordered a few dishes and silently observed everything that was occurring in the restaurant. There were people from all backgrounds sitting on the 1st floor. It was as Han Li saw from other restaurants. Regardless whether it be hard laborers or small business merchants, they were all present. The only thing that stood out of place was the table full of burly men. These 6 burly men were all effortlessly carrying a meter-long cloth bag at their side. Han Li didn't need to use his spiritual sense to guess that they were blade weapons. From their similar uniforms, they clearly belonged to some sort of organization. However, this greatly aroused a feeling of familiarity from Han Li, recalling his days in the 7 Mysteries sect. He swept his spiritual sense past the people and he clearly heard their words. As expected, they were killers belonging to an organization. Han Li soon lost interest and turned his gaze to examine the others. At that moment, 2 young scholars walked into the restaurant. They were walking slowly and were chatting with smiles on their faces. I heard that Assistant Minister Han had arrived back to the home village to pay his respects to his ancestors. Not only are grand characters of the province coming to pay an official visit, but the Fan and Li clans are also sending men over. It seems the Han clan truly wish to have this matter to be bold and grand. Exactly so. I heard that for this ancestral offering, the Han clan sent out many letters summoning their side branch clansmen regardless of distance. Even the government officials of little repute are each sending men to pay their respects. From how I see it, the Han clan, Fan clan and Li clan will soon become the 3 great families of the Jing province. TCH. It is rather inconceivable that the Han clan's abrupt rise in power took place over a span of just over 100 years. What is so odd about that? Ever since a member in the Han clan managed to rank first in the imperial exams, their rise in power was momentous. Each of their later descendants began to achieve great ranks in the imperial exams. With several generations of success, it is no wonder why they are currently so impressive. Still, it would be better for us to later. The two scholars casually sat down at a table next to Hanli, the Han clan. When Hanli heard them, he hastily thought to continue listening to them, but the two scholars quickly changed the subject and began to discuss literary works, much to Hanli's annoyance. After some thought, he suddenly stood and walked towards the scholars. "Brothers, my name is Hanli. Might I ask which Han clan you were referring to? I've arrived here after receiving an invitation to pay my respects to the clan's ancestors. However, I've grown up from a small countryside and am extremely unfamiliar with the main clan, nor do I know where to pay my respects. Could you two brothers give me a few directions?" The two scholars were stunned, but after seeing that Hanli also wore a scholar's robes and spoke with refined words, the two replied without any suspicions, "So it turns out that brother is a Han clan disciple. We've been quite rude. However, these is only one Han clan, the Han clan of the 3-kilometer valley." The 3-kilometer valley. This entire area was the small village where the Han clan once resided. Because the entire village only spanned 3 kilometers over the mountains, it received this unsophisticated name. It seems the Han clan they spoke of most likely were related to him. With a calm expression, Hanli insipidly said, "If that's the case, then this Han clan is truly my own. Could you two tell me about the finer details of the clan? I've never participated in the clan's ancestor offering. I'd rather not make a fool of myself." The two scholars glanced at each other and then examined Hanli. Feeling that he wasn't holding any ill intentions, he agreed, "We can only give a few general details. They are things that are known by everyone." "Many thanks." Hanli smiled. One of the scholars began to speak. "If brother is participating in the ancestral offering, it would be best for you to not immediately head to the 3-kilometer valley. Several decades ago, the Han clan have changed their location to the Han clan castle. They will only return to their ancestral home in 3-kilometer valley on the day of the ancestor offering." The Han clan. Hanli's expression remained calm as he listened, but his heart stirred with excitement. 4 hours later, Hanli appeared above the verdant mountains of the past. He didn't descend, merely glancing down below in silence. Was this the same small village from the past? The yellow earth roads, short walls, thatched huts, and village children could no longer be seen. Instead, they were replaced with large courtyards, roofed buildings, pebbled roads, and well-clothed servants. Not a single sign of the past remained. Hanli shook his head at the sight and thought to depart when his gaze suddenly arrived at the building at the very center of the residence. This building wasn't larger than the others, but it was only building to have more than a single story. It was rather eye-catching. The building's doors were closed shut and a pitch-black signboard appeared on the outside. The words Han Clan Shrine were written on it in silver paint. A strange expression appeared on Hanli's face. After some thought, he reappeared in front of the building in a blur. Several burly shrine attendants stood in front of the shrine, but with Hanli's invisibility technique, they were incapable of spotting him. He casually swept his gaze past them and entered without further thought. Once he entered the shrine, he spotted rows of memorial tablets, numbering over several hundred. They were arranged on long tables and had empty spots on them for future generations. After sweeping his gaze, he found many names, but none that he were familiar with. Without any further thought, he climbed to the second floor. The memorial tablets on the second floor were clearly more grand and important. Not only was there many lit incense burners, there was also a huge cauldron at the center. It was filled with scented oil and had a huge candle wick that was brightly burning from it. It made for a solemn sight. This time, Hanli blankly stood in place as he read the several memorial tablets at the center. Hanju, Hantai, Han Tianxing. These familiar names were all coldly written on the pitch-black memorial tablets. Han Li's heart grew heavy and he found it difficult to breathe. As the saying goes, the great Tao was emotionless. However, that was only a self-deceiving lie. Han Li may be an immortal from this land, he was incapable of severing his emotions. He was only able to bury them deep inside his heart. Han Li eventually moved, slowly walking towards the memorial tablets at the center of the room. He stopped and expressionlessly stared at the memorial tablets as images of his close relatives began to continuously appear in his mind. An unknown amount of time slowly passed by. The heavy sound of the opening building door woke Han Li up from his reminiscent mood. However, he merely stood in place without making any moves. At that moment, the footsteps and voices of two middle-aged men could be heard. "Brotherly, you are far too impatient. Didn't I say that I would lend you the record for reading after the shrine visit? There is need to be so anxious." This man spoke with a helpless tone. In this person's embarrassment, he responded, "Hee hee. Esteemed brother Han, who was it that had you mentioned that the later portion of the record had a set of nameless martial arts left behind by your ancestor? I am rather baffled as to why our Li clan knows nothing of this matter despite the fact that our ancestors created it. It is only natural for me to wish to see it as soon as possible. However, why is it that you enshrine the record? It would be an absolute shame for someone to steal it." The first voice sighed and spoke with a voice of complete confidence. Who would possibly think of stealing something from a clan's ancestral hall? While our Han clan isn't necessarily a nest of dangerous characters, we have many skilled martial artists standing guard. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to approach it. Even if they succeeded, they would also have to fear our retaliation. That's true. The other man agreed. As the thuds became clear, a scholarly man and a man with thick facial hair appeared on the stairs of the second floor. The two initially arrived with a smile, but after spotting Han Li, their expressions froze. In their alarm, the large man stepped forward and covered the front of the middle-aged scholar. With a fluttering mustache and beard, he softly roared, "What a clever villain to think Oti waiting here in ambush, but you will not be leaving alive." Once that was said, the man's hands tightened into a fist and he ferociously pounced towards Han Li. But before he arrived, a gale with astonishing pressure suppressed him. Han Li remained motionless as he stood in place with his back facing them. Chapter 662, Fourth Great Uncle. With a muffled thump, the large man's fist struck Han Li's back. The large man was stunned, but his face vastly changed upon seeing an azure light flicker from Han Li's body. As the man attempted to land another blow, he was sent flying. The middle-aged scholar instantly revealed an expression of amazement. Just as the large man's enormous frame fell, his body suddenly slowed and he landed on his feet as if he was light as a feather. He appeared completely uninjured. "Brotherly, are you all right? Did you sustain any internal injuries?" Although the scholarly man possessed little strength, he knew there were many ways that Jianghu martial arts could injure without any external signs. As such, he revealed worry. The large man surnamed Li took a deep breath and felt that his body had no injuries. He couldn't help but whisper in bewilderment, "It's nothing, I am fine." His skills are unfathomable, but it doesn't seem he's hostile. When the scholarly man heard this, he nodded and felt slightly more at ease. He then turned his gaze to Han Li and serenely said, "Great warrior, I am the Han clan master, Han Tianxiao. Did this great warrior come here specifically for me?" The Han clan master. Han Li slowly turned around. "Ah, You. Impossible. Humph. What did your esteemed self mean by that? Before Han Li could speak, the scholar and the large man couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Han Li's appearance. The scholarly man soon thought of something and his expression grew sullen. After the large man recovered from his alarm, he also came to a realization and wore an ill expression. You recognize me? Han Li asked with a frown. He glanced at the two and found that the two seemed faintly familiar. However, he left the matter alone with a wry smile in his heart. The scholarly man stared at Han Li and deliberately said word by word, Your esteemed self asks despite knowing the answer. Your appearance resembles that of our Han clan's fourth great uncle. Why wouldn't I recognize you? Fourth great uncle. When Han Li heard this, he wore a mysterious smile. Since he was the fourth eldest amongst his siblings, it was naturally referring to him. However, it was unclear how they would know of his current appearance since he hadn't met face to face with any of his relatives ever since he left when he was small. Han Li smiled and said, Oh. When did I say that I was like your fourth great uncle? Couldn't this just be my natural appearance? The scholarly man quickly grew angry and he coldly said, There are many similar faces in this world, but not only does your face bear a striking resemblance, here you are in the Han clan's ancestral hall. What else does that leave for your esteemed self? Han Li's expression relaxed and he said with an impressed tone, Your reply is spot on. You are worthy of being an official of the royal court. The Han clan's current prosperity is undoubtedly a result of the later generation's efforts. A harsh expression flickered over the man's face and he angrily said, What? Does your esteemed self truly plan on pretending to be my ancestor? Pretend. Why would I want to do that? How about you mention how you know of my appearance? I seem to recall that ever since I left home, my family had never seen my appearance. Could it be the members of the Seven Mysteries sect drew a portrait for you? Han Li's gaze then dropped onto the large man with thick facial hair. He narrowed his eyes, eventually realizing why he found the man to be familiar. Your surname is Li. Could you be related to Li Feiyu? The large man revealed furious alarm. How do you know the name of my clan ancestor? It turns out you know quite a bit about my Li clan. When Han Li heard this, he nonchalantly smiled. The scholarly man was alarmed upon hearing the words Seven Mysteries sect and Li Feiyu. After a moment of hesitation, the large man carefully said, I don't know of this matter. However, my father still lives and perhaps he might know something of the deceased ancestor. After all, these secret matters are only known by each generation's clan lord. If Senior will allow it, I will quickly send word to inquire whether or not these words are true. At that moment, he was already mostly convinced. The Li clan's establishing ancestor had met with an untimely death at an early age. Han Li waved his arm and spoke with a tone of melancholy, There is no need. I didn't come back to make a disturbance. I merely wished to free my mind of mortal worries. Now that I see both the Han clan and the descendants of my dear friend are doing well, I am well at ease. Having heard this, the large man instead became nervous and began to wildly signal to the scholarly man with his eyes. He clearly knew what it meant to the Han and Li clans to have an immortal cultivator ancestor. The scholarly man naturally knew far better of what there was to gain or lose from this. After pondering for a moment, he respectfully said, If your esteemed self is truly my great uncle, I have a method of immediately verifying your identity. Our Han clan shrine contains a few possessions of our ancestors from the past. If Senior is able to identify these items, Junior will naturally be convinced of your background. Only the Han clan master from each generation is qualified to personally care for them, and they are incapable of being identified by others. Past possessions. Let's take a look at them. It's only that I left home at a rather early age, so I may not be able to identify them. Han Li indifferently said. If it wasn't too troublesome, he definitely wouldn't refuse to be recognized by the descendants of the Han clan. Please be at ease, Senior. These items were left behind as keepsakes from their times of poverty, so Senior should be able to recognize them. I will bring them now. After bowing to Hanli, the scholar descended from the second floor. After a bit of clamor from down below, the scholarly man shortly walked back up with a tray covered by red cloth. He then respectfully presented it to Hanli. Hanli took the plate and removed the red cloth, revealing the worn items before him. Hanli spoke with pleasant surprise, "Oh. So it turned out to be these items. I didn't expect to see them again in this lifetime." Senior recognizes these items. The scholar cautiously asked with a nervous expression. I know a majority of these items, but there were 3 that were acquired after I left home. I don't know who they belong to. The slingshot and small bow belonged to my second elder brother Han Tai. He enjoyed playing with them when he was small. The wooden hairpin was my mother's most cherished possession. The tobacco pipe was. Hanli picked up each of these items and spoke as if he were rather familiar with them. After hearing Hanli examine half of them, the scholar felt there was no longer any doubt. Without waiting for Hanli to finish, he immediately dragged the large man forward and they deeply saluted to Hanli. This unfilial descendant Han Tianshao recognizes 4th great-uncle. I sincerely wish that great-uncle will forgive my unfilial actions from before. With that said, the scholar didn't dare to meet Hanli's gaze and wore an expression of embarrassment. The large man mirrored the solemn and respectful display. Chapter 663, Gold-Devouring Spirit Sword. When the 2 acknowledged Hanli, he felt an indescribable feeling well up inside him. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, On the year I left the village to pursue the Tao, I didn't expect for the Han clan to become such an influential clan. It seems the saying is true. The affairs of the world are truly hard to predict. Stand up, you two. With the many years I haven't returned home, I can be considered a complete stranger to the Han clan. There is no need to be so polite. The middle-aged scholar stood up and spoke with great reverence. Great-uncle's words are untrue. Had we unfilial descendants known that you were still alive, we would have certainly sent men to fulfill our filial duties. Hanli waved his arm and calmly said, Filial duties. There is no need. I've come only to take a look. I won't be staying long. As a pursuer of immortality, it is better for me to have fewer ties to the mortal world. The scholar spoke with alarm, Great uncle, you are leaving so soon. Will you not stay a while and take a look at the other Han clan juniors in the castle? Hanli sighed and regretfully said, When I arrived, I flew over the Han clan castle and swept my spiritual sense past everyone inside. Unfortunately, while there are many Han clan members, none of them possess any spiritual roots. They have no fate with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking 1 or 2 clan descendants along with me on the path of cultivation. A trace of disappointment appeared on the scholar's face as he bitterly smiled. It seems despite our clan's prosperity, none have the fate to follow great uncle on the path of immortality. Hanli shook his head and said, Only those who possess spiritual roots may become immortal cultivators. Such a person might not even appear once among 10,000. For the several hundred Han clan members to possess no spiritual roots is to be expected. Besides, from the way I see it, it would still be better for the Li and Han clan to remain out of the cultivation world. As of current, the cultivation world is chaotic where even entire clan exterminations are possible. It would be terrible if the Han clan were to be implicated. The scholar was initially surprised and sincerely replied, This one acknowledges all 4th great uncle has said. Han Li's gaze then turned to the large man with thick facial hair. Which generation of Li Feiyu's descendants are you? What's your name? The large man hurriedly bowed his head and replied, Junior is Li Feng. I am an 11th generation descendant of Li Feiyu. I pay my respects to Great Uncle Han. Given the close relationship I had with Lei Feiyu back then, I find it acceptable for you to call me Great Uncle. You were rather protective of Tianshao just now. It seems in these past years the Li clan has shown our Han clan much consideration. As the younger brother of the Han clan ancestor, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Here are some medicine pills. They will be of great use to martial artists. They will be able to save your Li clan youth much effort in their cultivation of inner strength. Accept them for the time being. Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took 8 various colored bottles into his hands before offering them to the large man. The large man was overjoyed and hastily accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. Although Jianghu martial artists cultivated inner strength and it wasn't as drawn out as cultivation spiritual power, they spent much of their youth in dedication to this pursuit. With these medicine pills, a large number of experts would emerge from the Li clan. The middle-aged scholar felt happy for his good friend, but his gaze towards Han Li unconsciously revealed a slight hint of expectation as well. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and calmly took a spirit beast pouch off from his waist and lightly slapped it. A short moment later, over 1,000 black-tainted gold-devouring beetles were released and formed a dazzling 3-meter-wide cloud of black, silver and gold. It appeared almost as if specks of sunlight had appeared before them. The scholar and the large man were left completely amazed. Without any further words, he pointed to the insect swarm above him and had them concentrate into a tricolored sword. Han Li then extended his arm and had the sword fall into his hand with a buzz. This strange scene left the two at an even greater loss for words. Han Li caressed the sword while his expression wavered for a long while. Then with a sigh, he spat an azure mist onto the sword. In a flash of azure light, a simple green scabbard appeared on the sword's blade. Han Li then horizontally held the sword in front of him with both his hands and took out a piece of fine, polished jade. Han Li gravely said, "This sword is something I refined from spirit beetles. It is capable of killing others of its own accord. I will be leaving it inside the clan shrine in case the Han clan one day faces extermination. The Han clan will be able to hide inside the shrine and rely on this sword to escape calamity. However, you had best remember that this sword isn't something that I personally control. Once the sword is drawn, anybody outside of the ancestral shrine that is within a 5-kilometer radius will be killed. As such, you must treat it with the utmost caution. This is a jade pendant that holds a sliver of my essence. Without it, the sword cannot be drawn. Leave the jade pendant in the care of the Han clan's later generation clan lords." Having seen this inconceivable event occur before him, the scholar no longer held a trace of doubt towards Han Li. He hastily replied with delighted surprise, "This nephew will commit great-uncle's instructions to memory." Han Li smiled in response, but he didn't immediately hand over the sword and the jade pendant. Instead, he continued speaking with a solemn tone, "There is something else you must remember. Because the scabbard sealing the sword is made from spiritual qi, the gold-devouring sword may only be drawn 3 times. The scabbard will thin with each use and disappear on the 3rd. Afterwards, the sword will turn back into spirit beetles and disappear. I'm sure that giving the Han clan 3 opportunities to escape calamity is a worthy gift as your ancestor's younger brother. After all, there are no fortunes in this world that last eternally. In order to prevent the sword from being used for any evil intentions or opportunistic tricks, the sword will be incapable of leaving the ancestral shrine while it is sheathed. Else, it will disappear from existence. As such, I hope you will properly use this sword to allow the Han clan to flourish for many years to come. Even if the Han clan were to later return to their status as commoners, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing." Once that was said, Han Li handed the sword and jade piece over to the scholar. The scholar repeatedly uttered his thanks and accepted the items with a bowed head. He carefully placed them at the center of the memorial table before returning to await further instructions from Hanli. Hanli was rather satisfied by the scholar's deferential attitude. After some thought, he took out 2 faint yellow medicine pills and handed one to both the scholar and the large man. He smiled upon seeing their surprise and said, "Those 2 items were left for the Han and Li clans. Since you 2 are also my juniors and have personally recognized me as your great-uncle, it can be considered that you have some fate with me. I will also give you 2 a few benefits as well. While these 2 bottles of medicine pills have no effect on me, they will extend the lifespan of mortals who take them and strengthen their bodies. When you 2 take them, you will both live to at least 100 years. Many thanks, fourth great-uncle." "Many thanks, great-uncle Han." When the scholar and the large man heard this, they accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. They both appeared pleased beyond expectation. Hanli nodded his head and took another look around. Then with a curious expression, he asked, "From how you 2 recognized me, it seems there should be a portrait of me left behind. If it is in the ancestral shrine, could you let me take a look at it and tell me who drew it?" The scholar immediately replied, "The portrait is actually on this floor. Please wait a moment." He walked up to what seemed to be a common wall and gave it a push. With a creak and a thud, a portion of the wall flipped over to reveal 6 suspended silk portraits. Hanli stepped forward and examined the portraits with complete stillness. He saw the image of a smiling 17-year-old youth. It was a portrait of Hanli from long ago. The middle-aged scholar stood behind Hanli and gave an explanation with a soft voice. It was said that this portrait was given to our Han clan by the deceased Li clan ancestor. However, no one knows of its creator. As if he hadn't heard, Han Li's gaze shifted several times and it fell onto a portrait of Han Li's father wearing noble clothing. Although he appeared far more aged than when Han Li left the village, he appeared completely happy. A trace of sadness appeared on Han Li's face. He then swept his gaze past each of the other portraits. The other portraits were all of white-haired old men. It took him quite some effort before he could match their appearances with his brothers as he remembered them. He felt a flood of emotion storm within his heart as he stood in place. The scholar and the large man both tactfully kept silent. Some time later, Hanli began to mutter to himself in a whisper. The 2 wished to hear what he had to say, but the 2 were blinded by a sudden surge of azure light. By the time they refocused their gaze, Hanli could no longer be seen, but his voice echoed in their ears. "Although I am a rather capable immortal on this continent, I also have many ferocious enemies. Do not speak of today's matters with anyone else. So long as this matter does not spread and you do not allow the gold-devouring spirit sword to be seen by outsiders, those from the immortal world will pay you no notice and will not bother you. I will now absorb myself in the pursuit of the great Tao and immortality, so I won't be involved with the affairs of the Han clan. Take care of yourselves." Once that was said, Han Li's voice came to an abrupt end, leaving behind what seemed to be echoes. The scholar and the large man were left staring at each other in dismay. Chapter 664. Exposed tracks. By the time the last word was spoken, Hanli was already 10 kilometers away from the 3-kilometer valley while flying across the sky in a streak of azure light. Although he had something of a relationship with the Han clan members, he had always viewed his true family to be his parents and siblings. Although the scholar and the large man had treated him with great respect, Hanli felt no real intimacy towards them. After all, the distance of many generations and the vast changes to Green Ox Village and the 3-kilometer valley caused Hanli to strongly feel as if he were an outsider. However, this trip to his hometown had weakened the last worries he held in his heart. He was sure that with the passage of time, these worries would truly disappear and his distant ties with these descendants would truly fade away. As such, Hanli quickly gained his bearings and set off. Several days later, Hanli passed through the Lan province, specifically making a detour at Jiayuan City. Little had changed about the city apart from its inhabitants. Not only did Sun Urgu and the fourth-level gang disappear, but even the Rainbow sect had disappeared over 100 years prior. It had been replaced with a newly emerged gang by the name of the United Heavens Union. If he remembered correctly, the Rainbow sect had had the backing of Spirit Beast Mountain in the past, but at the climax of the war with the Devil Dao, Spirit Beast Mountain defected to the controlling Spirit sect. Now that the state of Yu was under the control of the Ghost Spirit sect, the fall of the Rainbow sect came as no surprise. Additionally, he had no idea if Mo Yuju or her daughter had met with any mishaps. It was a pity that so many years had passed, as even if Hanli asked around, there would be no information to be found. Hanli could only sigh and hurriedly depart. As for Sun Urgu, he didn't manage to find any information on his clan. Hanli didn't mind this in particular since he didn't hold them in much regard. Although he had given Sun Urgu many benefits, Hanli had received little in return. As such, Hanli left the city of Jia Yuan and thought to fly in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Once he passed through the state of Yuanwu, he planned on returning to the Drifting Clouds sect. But half a day after he departed Jia Yuan City, his expression froze and he stopped in mid-air. He turned his head and gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At that moment, a party of cultivators suddenly stopped 100 kilometers away. The two white-clothed women hesitantly glanced at each other as their expressions grew heavy. The old man standing behind them nervously asked, "Martial Ants, did something happen?" "Yes, I just felt the spirit nascent's position suddenly stop. I don't know whether or not we've been discovered." The sharp-eyed, white-clothed woman surnamed Lu no longer wore her normal lazy expression, which had been replaced with an incisive air. The burly man spoke with an odd expression, "That's impossible. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot sense something at this distance. Could it be that Martial Ant's secret technique disturbed the spirit nascent and alerted him?" The woman surnamed Luke shook her head and firmly said, "That can't be. Our technique was something that was passed down by your martial ancestor. It only allows for the one-sided detection of the wood spirit nascent. So long as the other party hasn't yet reached late nascent soul stage, he shouldn't be able to perceive anything strange. After all, it would be considered fearsome for nascent soul cultivators to see within even a 50-kilometer radius, even if their spiritual sense was exceptionally powerful. Could it be that we are chasing after a late nascent soul eccentric?" The green-clothed woman amongst the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators seemed to have thought of something and worriedly said, "But Martial Aunt Lu, why is it?" Suddenly, Han Yunji broke her silence as she was tracing the spirit nascent's location and spoke with an alarmed expression, "Not good. The spirit nascent's position is moving towards us." "What? It's coming over in our direction. Has that cultivator truly discovered us?" The woman surnamed Lu turned pale and she hastily clutched her hands in an incantation gesture. After a short moment, the woman grimaced and spoke with certainty, "The cultivator who restricted the spirit nascent is indeed moving towards us at an extraordinary speed. He is certain to be a nascent soul cultivator." After muttering to herself for a moment, Han Yunji slowly said, "Quickly run. Fighting means certain death. I recall that a branch of the Ghost Spirit sect is located in the nearby Lan province. Let's flee there. Although we do not get along well, we are still on the same side. We will draw on the support of their spell formations to fight this unknown nascent soul cultivator. Besides, the nascent soul cultivator might not necessarily dare to brazenly attack the Ghost Spirit sect branch. It will greatly increase our chance of escaping. Martial Aunt Han speaks true. Let us quickly go, or else it will be too late." When the large man heard that a nascent soul cultivator was about to arrive, he felt his mouth turn dry in alarm. The woman surnamed Lu raised her eyebrows and coldly glanced at the large man, panicking and spouting unnecessary words. We will use the spirit joining arts to combine our magic power into one. This way, we will increase our speed by nearly half. Let us hurry. The large man felt his heart drop. He didn't dare to say any more. Under the lead of Han Yunji and Cultivator Lu, the six immediately made use of the spirit joining arts and flew off on their magic treasures and tools as a single streak of yellow light. With their united spiritual chi, their speed was amazingly fast. At that moment, Han Li immediately noticed this and his expression grew sullen as he flew forward at full speed. Han Li didn't entirely understand just how powerful his spiritual sense currently was. He merely knew that by utilizing the fourth layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was able to envelop a 50-kilometer radius around himself. Past that, he wouldn't be able to observe anything in detail. He would only have a vague observation of anything within 150 kilometers. A moment ago, Han Li suddenly felt a sliver of strange, concealed spiritual power linger near his body that had greatly alarmed him. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't have been able to easily detect it with their spiritual sense. Although he didn't know exactly what this was, Han Li knew that trouble had arrived at his door. He guessed that it was more so the matter that he had casually tidied up with the ghost spirit sect rather than his extermination of the Fu clan back in the state of Yuanwu. As a result of this discovery, Han Li spread out his spiritual sense and discovered that 100 kilometers behind him there was a party of several cultivators that were stealthily following him. Although it was too far away for him to clearly see their faces, Han Li surged with killing intent and flew towards their direction without any hesitation. As cultivators that were capable of tracking him, he absolutely couldn't allow them to continue following him. Eradicating them would prevent future troubles. And since there were only 2 core formation cultivators in their party, it should prove to be an easy affair. In the following instant, a dazzling 30-meter-long streak of azure light quickly chased after a dense beam of yellow light, producing waves of clear rings from their wake. In only a short moment, Han Li had already closed the gap by 50 kilometers. When Cultivator Lu sporadically detected Han Li's position through her techniques, she couldn't help but grow pale in terror. At this speed, the 6 wouldn't even reach half the distance to the Ghost Spirit Sect branch before being chased down by the nascent soul cultivator. With great worry, the woman turned her head to Han Yunji and thought to discuss further plans to flee when Han Yunji suddenly smiled and whispered, "Quickly, look ahead. There is a party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators that seem to be heading towards us." Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators? Han Yunji's soft voice roused the spirits of not only Cultivator Lu but the other 4 Foundation establishment cultivators as well. Although they didn't dare to imagine that they would have enough strength to fight a nascent soul cultivator, they would be able to assist them in buying more time. As expected, they soon saw over 10 black dots approach them from the distance. Cultivator Lu felt somewhat at ease when she saw them. Nevertheless, she snuck a glance at Han Yunji, shaken that her senior martial sister Lu had discovered the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators far earlier than she had. Since there was only one wood spirit nascent, they were actually rivals despite their appearance as martial sisters. While they would ordinarily call each other martial sisters with great familiarity, they felt a great competitive spirit in their hearts, hoping for the opportunity to fuse with the wood spirit nascent. It was only natural to covet an opportunity to reach for greater heights. At that moment, the 6 had arrived before the party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators and scattered the spiritual chi around them to reveal their true appearances. The Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had long discovered the controlling Spirit Sect cultivators. Although they didn't take any malicious actions, they each assumed a cautious attitude. Isn't it junior martial sisters Han and Lu from the controlling Spirit Sect? A truly rare visit indeed for you to have arrived at the state of you. A surprised voice spoke out from among the black-clothed Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. 3 core formation cultivators then walked out from the group, 2 men and 1 woman. Chapter 665, Alarmed escape. These three ghost spirit sect cultivators consisted of a black-clothed man with a resolute appearance, an embroidered-robed scholar with flickering eyes, and a middle-aged woman who still retained the beauty of her youth. When the woman surnamed Lu saw the three disciples of Master Splintered Soul, she sweetly smiled, "Senior Martial Brother Sun." So it turned out to be the disciples of Senior Splintered Soul. How timely! But when the three black-robed cultivators heard this, they coldly examined them and their expressions grew sullen. The woman amongst the three wore an unfriendly expression and asked, "Timely? Why have our two junior martial sisters from the controlling spirit sect snuck into our state of view? Could it be you hold our ghost spirit sect in contempt?" Cultivator Lu explained with a smile, "Senior Martial Sister misunderstands. Senior Martial Sister Han and I came to the state of you under orders from our sect ancestor. Because the matter was urgent and couldn't be delayed, we were unable to inform your esteemed sect of the matter. Moreover, we've only arrived in the state of you for a few days. We had no intentions of neglecting your sect." The black-clothed cultivator stared at Cultivator Lu and expressionlessly asked, "Regardless of why you've arrived at the state of you, there is only one question we wish to ask you. Did you take anything from the Taiyu Mountains a few days ago?" Han Yunji frowned and an odd expression appeared on her face. The Taiyu Mountains. The mountain range that originally belonged to Yellow Maple Valley. Did you two junior martial sisters truly pass by there? Although the black-robed cultivator's expression remained calm, a cold glint appeared within his eyes. The embroidered-robed scholars and the woman's expressions tensed, their faces revealing traces of hostility. When Han Yunji and Cultivator Lu saw this, they unconsciously exchanged glances. The two weren't fools. It was clear the other party revealed hostility. However, the party of controlling spirit sect cultivators truly hadn't entered the Taiyu Mountains. They merely probed the spirit nascent's position from a distance and discovered that the cultivator who captured it seemed to have stayed at the Taiyu Mountains for half a day. Cultivator Lu's gaze flickered for a moment and she probingly said, "We hadn't crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. However, the cultivator that is 50 kilometers behind us had crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. It did seem that person was there during that time. Could Senior Martial Brother Sun be looking for him?" The embroidered-robed scholar boldly stared at the two women and suddenly smiled. 50 kilometers behind you? Are you making this up? How did you know that person stayed at the Taiyu Mountains? Could he be a cultivator of your sect?" Cultivator Lu blushed and spoke with luminous eyes, "Senior Martial Brother K must be joking. How could we dare to so brazenly lie to our senior martial disciples while we are in the state of you? If you don't believe me, then this junior martial sister will make a heavenly pledge to answer your questions. You should now know my answers to be true. We don't know this person. As for how we know of the matter with the Taiyu Mountains, it's a bit complicated. Since this little sister has urgent matters to attend to, I would rather give you senior martial brothers a more thorough explanation on another day." As she spoke, she revealed a flirtatious charm that seemed to stun the scholar. The black-clothed cultivator frowned after seeing her expression and grew doubtful. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression relaxed and he calmly said, "Were this an ordinary matter, I would believe you without doubt. However, our sixth junior martial brother and his disciples were exterminated in the Taiyu Mountains and not even a speck of dust remained." Chapter 666, Sweeping Wind. When the woman turned her head around, she couldn't spot even the slightest trace of a person, but the deep rumbles only became louder as if something was on the verge of approaching her. Her face instantly paled and she wildly looked around in terror. In that moment, something suddenly came to mind and she flew off with even greater speed than before. Just a second later, silver light flashed from the empty space, only to soon fade away. When the silver light flashed once more, it reappeared over 300 meters away. Han Li's winged silhouette could be faintly made out from within the light. Han Li glanced at the woman within the red light flying and felt a trace of surprise at her amazing speed. The woman's fearsome movement technique was actually comparable to his own thunderstorm wings lightning movement. It seemed that there were truly an unfathomable number of techniques within the world. Han Li felt a trace of sorrow from his heart before spreading out the wings behind him. With a single fan, Han Li turned into a bolt of lightning and appeared at the woman's front. He then calmly raised his hand and spread out his fingers, shooting a streak of azure sword light from each of his fingertips. With an expression pale from fright, the woman loudly yelled, "Senior, please spare me." Soon after, the red lights surrounding her body shined brilliantly, combining with her several azure light ribbons to form a dense light barrier around her. Han Li slightly frowned and glanced at the woman in silence. The 5 streaks of sword light then condensed into a thread and began to strike the light barrier. Several muffled bangs sounded out. This firewind attribute barrier was truly powerful to be able to repeatedly block the attacks of the first 3 strands of sword chi. But when the 4th strand of sword chi struck, the barrier was shattered to the woman's despair. 2 streaks of sword chi then struck her vitals before she could react. Han Li glanced at the woman's falling body and shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a fireball shot out, turning the woman's corpse into ash, and he summoned the woman's light ribbons and storage pouch into his hand. "If I didn't kill you, those devil Dao nascent soul cultivators would pursue me." Han Li sighed and his body flickered with lightning once more while his spiritual sense locked onto another fleeing figure. The next target was the black-robed cultivator who held the deepest cultivation. He was at the peak of the mid-core formation stage and was just a step away from entering late core formation stage. As Han Li flew in that direction, he patted his spirit beast pouch and released large quantities of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles. Under the orders of his spiritual sense, the beetles immediately condensed into over 10 tricolored blades before chasing down each of the fleeing Foundation establishment cultivators. This lot had meager cultivation and speed, so Han Li was disinclined to personally slay each of them and merely used his beetles to take care of them in one fell sweep. He would only personally deal with the core formation cultivators. After all, these core formation cultivators were extremely fast. The beetles would have no chance of pursuing them. Gold-devouring beetles were adept at closing short distance, but stood little chance in a long-distance chase. The black-clothed cultivator was standing underneath on a shining dagger, while hurrying on his way with a sullen expression. He didn't expect to come across a nascent soul cultivator when he went looking for the murderer of his 6th junior martial brother. While he didn't know whether or not this cultivator had anything to do with the death of his 6th junior martial brother, he did know that the controlling spirit sect cultivators had something to do with him. It appeared that this nascent soul cultivator was chasing after the controlling spirit sect disciples. Chapter 667 Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Although Han Yunji felt slight regret at her previous decision, she knew there was nothing she could do about it now. She could only put away the jade disc with a sigh. She then spat out a translucent, glowing pearl. The pearl revolved once around her and then fell onto the large bird's head, rigidly staying in position without any movement. The woman clutched her hands in an incantation gesture and pointed to the pearl with a solemn expression. As the pearl released a blinding radiance, the bird raised its head and cawed. With a shake of its wings, the giant white bird left a trail of white light in its wake, shooting forward with even greater speed. Han Yunji didn't cease using the technique, and her complexion paled as a result. It was obvious this secret technique sapped much of her vitality, but given how dire the current circumstances were, she had no choice but to make use of it. Not long after she made use of this secret technique, she suddenly heard rumbles of thunder. Alarm appeared on her face, knowing that the nascent soul cultivator had finally caught up to her. She had already reached the greatest speed she could muster. There was nothing else she could do apart from hastily covering herself in a barrier. In order to easily enter core formation, she had previously cultivated a cultivation technique lacking any powerful abilities. With 2 further claps of thunder, an arc of silver lightning flashed at the woman's side. A winged silhouette appeared about 40 meters ahead of her, while an azure light obscured the man's face. The man wordlessly raised his arm, summoning several streaks of blinding azure light. Han Yunji revealed an expression of despair and closed her eyes in the face of certain death. It's you." When the silhouette clearly saw Han Yunji's appearance, he shouted out in surprise. The light from his arm dimmed in an instant. Han Yunji was baffled by this. When she thought to examine the other party's appearance, his figure flickered with silver light and disappeared. Han Yunji was at a loss for a moment, but when she heard thunder roar from behind her, she regained clarity of mind. Just as the woman thought to hastily turn around, her light barrier was shattered, followed by the strike of a sliver of golden lightning. Han Yunji suddenly felt herself turn numb and her limp body fell off the bird. At that same moment, she felt as if she were being carried in a man's embrace. With shameful fury stirring inside her, she fell unconscious. Han Li glanced at the woman in his bosom and wryly smiled with a trace of helplessness. After an unknown amount of time passed, Han Yunji slowly opened her eyes to a blue, cloudless sky. She then glanced around in alarm and hurriedly stood up, discovering that she was currently at some small mountain. Her large white bird was crouching nearby as if it had lost consciousness. Han Yunji hastily walked over to take a look at it. Fortunately, the bird was merely affected by a simple restriction that was easy to dispel. The woman then awakened the bird with a breath of relief and flew it into the air, intending to observe her surroundings. She didn't seem to be far from where she had lost consciousness, and it appeared that not much time had passed either. Han Yunji appeared to be at a loss for a long while, before suddenly recalling a dreadful matter. She hastily examined her clothes and body. They appeared ordinary, as if nothing strange had occurred. Additionally, the magic treasures within her body and her storage pouch were untouched. This truly dumbfounded Han Yunji. Not only was she not killed, but she wasn't assaulted either. She was completely lost as to what was going on. Han Yunji recalled that before she fainted, the nascent soul cultivator yelled in shock, revealing an expression of bewilderment. Chapter 668, 5-Element Spirit Nascent. When the several Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators met their end, an isolated room in the old base of the Masked Moon Sect opened to reveal a black-robed cultivator leaving seclusion. When his many capable disciples simultaneously met a bitter end, the nascent soul eccentric was unable to continue seclusion in feigned ignorance. He wordlessly released several message talismans, delivering the news of his disciples' tragic end to several Ghost Spirit Sect branches across the state of Yu. He was about to personally set off and discover who it was that was so bold as to have killed Splintered Soul's disciples. However, his actions were too little too late. Before the Ghost Spirit Sect and Devil Dao cultivators even started their large-scale search, Han Li had already left the state of Yu and began to head north in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Daoist Splintered Soul ultimately gained nothing. He merely had a rough impression that his disciples had been killed by an unknown nascent soul cultivator that had already left the country. As a result, he could do nothing despite his raging fury. 10 days later, Han Yunji returned to the Grand Spirit Mountains in the state of Tianluo, where she kowtowed in front of a pitch-black stone room. She had personally delivered a rough explanation of what had happened and had presented herself before the old man, begging for forgiveness. "You were detected over 100 kilometers away. And you were the only survivor amongst our sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators as well." The old man's words were asked with an awed tone. "That is right, Marshal Senior. I and Junior Marshal Sister Lu each fled for our lives, but I was the only one who managed to escape." The others' whereabouts are unclear, but it is likely that they were also killed. For some unknown reason, Han Yunji decided to conceal the fact that this unknown nascent soul cultivator had recognized her. She merely mentioned her escape vaguely. Since this person was able to confine the spirit nascent, this person is most likely a nascent soul cultivator. But to be able to sense your movements past 50 kilometers is a fearsome feat indeed. According to what I know, there are but a few late nascent soul cultivators in the entirety of the heavenly south. Could it be this person is one of those undying bastards? The old man's voice grew sullen and contained a trace of deep dread. This is something that is unknown to Marshal Nice. Because of this person's immensely powerful spiritual sense, I didn't dare to closely pursue him. I merely felt him leave the state of Yu from far away. He headed north through the state of Yuanwu, towards the direction of the righteous Tao and the heavenly Tao alliance. As such, Marshal Nice didn't dare to follow him. In the end, I was unable to identify who it was and could only return to the sect. Please forgive me, Marshal Senior. You aren't at fault, what is there to forgive? If this person was truly a late nascent soul cultivator, the result would be the same even if I personally went. It must have been hard to survive. Because I didn't give it enough thought, I sent you and Lu Yu to track down the other party because of your secret sensing techniques. I didn't think of the possibility that you'd encounter a late nascent soul cultivator. As of current, we are incapable of detecting the spirit nascent's location, as wondrous as your secret technique may be. For the time being, just take some rest. Additionally, it seems Junior Marshal Brother Han has left seclusion. Why don't you pay him a visit? Many thanks for Marshal Senior's understanding. Marshal Nice will be taking her leave. With a curtsy and an inward sigh of relief, she respectfully departed. When Han Yunji was no longer in sight, silence filled the room. A moment later, the old man turned to an empty corner of the room. Do you believe your junior marshal sister to be telling the truth? If a late nascent soul stage cultivator truly appeared, there was no way that girl would have been able to escape by a fluke. The old man's voice became void of emotion as if he were someone entirely different. A flash of light appeared from the corner as soon as the old man finished talking. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes respectfully answered, Marshal Senior, I used a secret technique to sense Junior Marshal Sister Han's mood. It was calm for the most part. It was merely when she mentioned her escape that her heart was in turmoil. I reckon she was concealing something that had to do with her escape. The old man released a long sigh and snorted. He gloomily said, I thought the same. Were she not a descendant of Junior Marshal Brother Han, I might have used a soul search technique on her to see what she is concealing. But out of consideration for her relationship with Junior Marshal Brother Han, this vicious soul-damaging technique cannot be used on her. After all, Junior Marshal Brother Han is exceptionally fond of this particular descendant. He even exhausted much of his vitality to employ heaven-defying arts to cleanse her essence for the sake of allowing this girl to reach core formation. But since she didn't conceal anything particularly crucial, I am disinclined to pursue the matter. However, it is quite troublesome for the wood spirit nascent to fall into this old fellow's hands. It is but a silver lining that it was the wood spirit nascent that was captured, and not the other two spirit nascents. I recalled the wood spirit nascent to only be a spare. Although it was slightly inferior, it was nurtured at the time for observation. I truly don't know whether or not there will come a day where a 5-element spirit nascent will come into existence. The middle-aged man earnestly said, the secret art of the 5-element spirit nascents is a magnificent technique that was originally lost by the sect. Were it not for the earth spirit nascent that Marshal Senior unintentionally refined a few years ago, I fear that the sect would still be unable to gather together the 5-element spirit nascents. So long as the spirit nascents are properly prepared, they are able to merge into a single disciple's body through the use of a secret technique. Not long from now, our controlling spirit sect will come to suddenly possess 5 nascent soul cultivators, allowing us to contend with the harmonious bond sect for the chief position in the Devil Dao. However, it is a pity that while they will possess a nascent soul cultivator's abilities, they will lack the lifespan of one. As for the wood spirit nascent, it turned out that the spirit nascent was truly refined too early. It was the most violent amongst them and was tremendously brutal and difficult to tame. It was reported to have devoured the nascent soul of one of our sect's nascent soul cultivators long ago. It would have been extremely difficult to fuse it with a body, so it's actually rather fortunate that it was the one that was lost. Hee hee. I am well aware. That wood spirit nascent had somewhat managed to gain a consciousness over 1,000 years ago. Moreover, it had snuck into the hidden scriptures pavilion and snuck a glance at many secret techniques, allowing it to acquire vast and powerful abilities and escape its restrictions. If there hadn't been a late nascent soul cultivator elder that was standing guard at the time and had he not suppressed it in one fell swoop, a calamity would have been unleashed upon this world. However, I reckon that if this spirit nascent were to fuse with a disciple, they would possess the abilities of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Although it isn't very likely to occur, it still isn't something that can easily be given up. It's rather funny. Not only is it impossible to strengthen the 5-element spirit nascent spiritual power, but it is actually required to constantly weaken the spirit nascent's cultivation to prevent backlash to the disciple's soul when they merge with it. For that very reason, we sent a party to bring the wood spirit nascent to cleanse its body of gold and wind in Gold Scarce Valley in the state of Yuanwu. When the middle-aged man heard this, he thought to say something as consolation, but he thought better of it and remained silent with a bitter smile on his face. A month later, Hanli had finally arrived in the state of Shi and returned to his own cave residence. Hanli sighed and placed the woman surnamed Lu inside a meditation room before paying a visit to Mu Piling. Greatly satisfied to see that she was still in secluded cultivation, Hanli decided to pay a visit to the 2 elders of Drifting Cloud Mountain instead and let them know that he had returned. The 2 nascent soul cultivators were happy to see Hanli and asked him what he was doing on his travels. Hanli skirted around the question and merely mentioned that he had killed a few Ghost Spirit Sect and Devil Flame Sect Core Formation disciples on his travels. Rather than display any sign of worry, the 2 nascent soul cultivators praised him instead. It appeared the 2 held deep grudges against the righteous and Devil Dao. The silver-haired old man in particular had been forced to use a secret technique to preserve his life in a previous battle. This had caused great harm to his vitality that still hadn't recovered, so Hanli's actions had allowed them to vent their resentments vicariously. Hanli felt even more at ease about the matter and had a chat with them for a long while before he returned to his cave residence. On his way back, he began to ponder over how he should deal with the white-clothed beauty. When cultivator Lu slowly awakened, she was absent-minded and her eyes were half-opened. When she saw that there was a face so close to her own, she couldn't help but jump up and walk back until her back hit a wall. At that moment, she discovered the owner of the face belonged to a beautiful young woman that was sweetly smiling at her. She glanced around to find herself in a sealed room. There was nothing in the room apart from a circular praying mat. The woman happily said, "Fellow Daoist has awakened. If there is nothing wrong, I will be taking you to see Master." Lu Yu's mind was still fuzzy and she still hadn't realized what was happening. She hesitantly asked, "Master? Who is he? Where is this place?" Silvermoon examined the woman's startled figure and slowly said, "If you follow me, you'll have your answers. As for this place, it is the Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Shi. You should know where that is." After a moment of thought, she immediately realized something and couldn't help but shout, "Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Shi? You're a Heavenly Dao Alliance member." Chapter 669. Lu Yu. Silvermoon's eyes flickered and she said, "Fellow Daoist truly is intelligent. This place belongs to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Drifting Clouds sect. You'd best go quickly and not keep my master waiting. Fine. This young woman also wishes to see this senior. I will trouble fellow Daoist to lead the way. The white-clothed woman was able to quickly regain her calm, showing herself to be an unordinary character. Silvermoon faintly smiled and elegantly walked out of the room as the white-clothed cultivator silently followed after her. A short moment later, the two women arrived before a large hall. Hanli was sitting in a stone chair, looking at a large, deep yellow light barrier at the center of the room. It contained a spirit beast that was violently pounding against the barrier to no avail. Lu Yu attentively examined the spirit beast and discovered that it appeared like a green bull with scales on its back and hoofs of silver. It was a rarely seen iron rhino. Although this spirit beast isn't a remnant of an ancient race, it is an immensely rare spirit beast in the cultivation world. The recently exterminated Fu clan in the state of Yuan would kept such a spirit beast. It was said to have strength to rival a mid-core formation cultivator. Could it be the same beast? If the bull was one and the same, then the person before her was the one who exterminated the Fu clan. Lu Yu grew inwardly fearful of Han Li's viciousness. There was nothing good that could come from being captured by this nascent soul cultivator. She was also amazed by Han Li's youthful appearance. After all, male cultivators rarely cultivated appearance-halting techniques. To reach late nascent soul stage, one usually appeared middle-aged at the very least. Of course, these middle-aged cultivators were often far older than their appearances suggested. It was merely because of their high cultivation that their appearances aged slower. As a result, it wasn't rare for old men to address a middle-aged cultivator as martial uncle or martial ancestor. At that moment, Silvermoon stood in front of Han Li and solemnly said, "Master, I've brought the fellow Daoist from the controlling spirit sect." Han Li nodded and said, "You may leave." "Yes, Master." Silvermoon replied to Han Li's command with a smile and quietly withdrew. They both knew that Silvermoon wouldn't be able to last much longer in her human form. Lu Yu restlessly walked towards Han Li and gracefully saluted him before standing at the side. She revealed a dainty appearance in her deferential and obedient actions. Han Li coldly glanced at the woman before turning his gaze to the iron rhino inside the light barrier. A sliver of lightning shot from his fingertip, penetrating the barrier and striking the spirit beast. The iron rhino's body sparked with electricity. With a wail, it fell onto its side and its legs began to incessantly twitch as it helplessly remained on the floor. Lu Yu's obedient expression slightly changed upon seeing such a powerful spirit beast being struck down with a single blow, but soon after, she regained her calm. Han Li was able to sense this and could clearly hear that her heartbeat was slightly faster than before. At that moment, Han Li's gaze returned to the white-clothed woman. He calmly asked, "What is your name, fellow Daoist, and why were you following me?" "It is quite understandable if the Devil Flames sect and the Ghost Spirit sect were to track me down, but I don't recall ever provoking your controlling spirit sect." Lu Yu was stunned upon hearing Han Li's question and her expression became slightly warped. She bit her lip and softly replied, "Senior captured our sect's wood spirit nascent. This little woman had no choice but to follow orders to pursue your tracks. If I've offended you, I hope you won't bring yourself down to my level. I was only following orders." Given the amazing abilities of a nascent soul cultivator, this woman clearly understood that if she didn't speak the truth, her knowledge could be forcefully obtained through a soul-scouring technique. She had no intention of having her soul damaged and then turning into an idiot. Han Li frowned and immediately recalled the monstrous little silhouette, wood spirit nascent. "You're talking about that green demon nascent." Lu Yu explained with a bitter smile, "That's right. That is the spirit nascent. It was originally refined by our controlling spirit sect with immense care and effort. It is extremely important to our sect, but we didn't expect that it would manage to flee and end up being captured by you." Han Li's gaze flickered and he coldly said, "Refined. I originally believed this to be a demon spirit's incarnation. However, this small thing was truly troublesome. If I hadn't come along, your group definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with it." Lu Yu revealed a trace of embarrassment and was at a loss of what to say. Fortunately, Han Li was able to make out her true thoughts and pensively asked another question: "How were you able to track down the captured spirit nascent so quickly? Could it be something was done to it? If that's the case, I should have been able to detect it with my spiritual sense." Junior reports that there are no pursuing restrictions placed on the spirit nascent. Rather, my senior martial sister and I cultivate a particular secret technique that is able to sense the approximate location of the wood spirit nascent from afar. As such, my martial senior sent us to track it. Of course, we are only able to sense it from a certain distance. If it is too far away, say 100,000 kilometers, my senior martial sister and I would be unable to perceive its location. Not only did Lu Yu appear to be completely truthful in answering Han Li's question, but she also took the initiative to mention some relevant information. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head. Regardless of whether she was telling the truth, this woman's tactfulness was rather pleasing. However, his following question came as a great shock to her. "Since your controlling spirit sect has spent such vast resources on this spirit nascent, it must be extremely useful. Why don't you tell me about it?" When Han Li said this, he narrowed his eyes and he silently stared at her. A cold glint was present in his gaze. Lu Yu betrayed a sliver of hesitation from her face. When her gaze met Han Li's icy expression, she shivered and reluctantly replied, "The wood spirit nascent is indeed as you say. When refining a particular technique, a cultivator with wood spiritual roots would be able to fuse with it and take the spirit nascent as one's own nascent soul. Without having to condense one's own nascent soul, they would possess both the abilities and cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator." Chapter 670, Frost and Blue Flame. With the woman's explanation, Han Li had a general understanding of the wood spirit nascent that he captured. It was somewhat similar to his weeping soul beast as a spiritual object that was refined by human hands. However, its viciousness was clear to see from its ability to devour a cultivator's primal soul. It was far different from his weeping soul beast in the past. Han Li's mind stirred and he broached another topic: "These six-winged frost centipedes of yours are rather uncommon. How did you acquire them? Given your current cultivation, it should be impossible for you to use insects of such an ancient lineage. Haven't your martial seniors or uncles pried into this matter?" Lu Yu was caught somewhat off guard and remained shocked for a moment. With puzzled thoughts, she bewilderedly replied, "So Senior also recognizes those insects?" Junior found their eggs in an abandoned cave residence of an ancient cultivator. "I originally believed the eggs to be dead and unhatchable. But after another examination, I found several that were alive. However, my sect seniors mentioned that although this insect was an ancient species and would have vast abilities when fully grown, they are extremely difficult to nurture. With all the right conditions, they would be able to fully grow in about 1,000 years' time. As such, there were no cultivators that wished to take them. Junior believes their abilities to be impressive despite being merely in their infancy. As such, I decided to keep them." Did he ask about the insects because he was interested in them despite his current cultivation? Since a nascent soul cultivator is able to live only 1,000 years, surely he wouldn't spend so much time and effort on these six-winged frost centipedes. Lu Yu remained perplexed despite much thought. Han Li looked at her and calmly said something that made the woman's heart drop: "I am rather interested in your six-winged frost centipedes, and I have a way to make them ascend by 2 grades in a short amount of time. Would fellow Daoist be interested in making an exchange with me?" Lu Yu's eyes brightly flickered and she flirtatiously said, if Senior wishes for me to do something, please don't hesitate to say it. Hanli ignored her actions and insipidly said, I can help fellow Daoist mature her 6-winged frost centipedes, but all the eggs they lay belong to me. I have use for them. Also, I heard your controlling spirit sex insect control techniques are rather original. Would you be able to teach them to me? Insect control technique. Lu Yu's smile froze. High-grade secret techniques for controlling insects and beasts were of the utmost importance to the sect. It was considered an act of treason if one were to divulge them to outsiders. Although she had already intended to completely obey Hanli, her face vastly changed upon hearing him and she bitterly cursed in her heart. Lu Yu looked at Hanli and anxiously said, Senior should know that if I were to leak the sex techniques without permission, I would have my soul refined. If I were to give the secret technique to you, you should know what will happen to me. So long as I acquire the insect eggs and the technique, you may leave free. I won't stop you in the slightest. As for where you go next, the world is large. Can't you just stand on your own? Hanli spoke of the matter as if it were trivial. Lu Yu's expression wavered upon hearing him. A long while later, she wryly smiled and spoke with a distressed tone, Senior speaks of it rather lightly, but I understand my own situation well. If I were to become a vagrant cultivator, I would have no chance of reaching nascent soul stage. Also, I already know of Senior's identity and background. How could Senior allow me to easily leave? I fear I'd be dead when I leave. Hanli remained entirely indifferent before her words and said, What do you mean? Are you accusing me of making a false vow, or are you trying to blackmail me? Lu Yu shook her head and said, Blackmail. I wouldn't dare. I am merely looking for a way to defend myself. How do you plan on doing that? Lu Yu gracefully bowed her head, If Senior doesn't find it distasteful, this little woman would like to become your disciple. Does Senior find me acceptable? You wish to become my disciple? Hanli was truly shocked. Yes, with Senior's cultivation, I am more than willing to become your disciple. As your disciple, I would be granted your protection and would have no qualms about divulging the techniques of the controlling spirit sect. Else, if Senior doesn't kill me, the controlling spirit sect would surely pursue me for the rest of my life. The white-clothed woman revealed a trace of dread. Hanli frowned and began to tap the side of the chair as he pondered. He stroked his chin and indifferently said, From what you've said, you haven't yet taken a master in the controlling spirit sect. But if you were to become my disciple, how would you confront your clan? Surely you understand that the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Devil Tao are hostile to one another. Lu Yu calmly answered, From foundation establishment to core formation, this junior relied on chance every step of the way and never took a master. As for my clan, I am its last member. Cultivators appear in so few numbers after all, and all the others have passed away, leaving behind only me. Hanli mysteriously smiled and said, If you're only becoming my disciple for the sake of protection, it isn't an impossible matter, but I must first mention that I will place a soul restriction on you. I also won't be involved with your cultivation. In short, you will only be my in-name disciple. You will enter the Drifting Cloud sect and cultivate on your own. What do you think? Lu Yu replied without hesitation, placing down the soul restriction is only natural. After all, I was a controlling spirit sect cultivator. So long as Senior shelters me from danger, I will have no complaints. As for cultivation guidance, I never dared to have hoped for that considering that I only managed to preserve my life by a fluke. She seemed to follow the same path of bitter cultivation that Hanli had experienced. With the woman's blunt agreement, a strange expression flickered from his eyes and he grew silent for a moment before nodding, Good. Since you've agreed to these conditions, I will naturally uphold my end of the agreement. Tomorrow, I will bring you to the 2 other elders of Drifting Cloud Mountains and have you enter the sect under a different name. Many thanks for your kindness, Senior. Lu Yu felt greatly relieved with the knowledge that her life was secure, and hastily saluted Han Li. Han Li waved his arm and said, "Return to the silent room and rest. I will be placing a soul restriction on you later and will remove the restrictions to your magic power as well." After expressing her thanks once more, she respectfully took her leave from the hall. A flash of yellow light came from one of the hall's walls, revealing Silvermoon in her human form. Han Li glanced at Silvermoon and asked with a flat tone, "You still haven't reverted back to your original form?" This servant has made great progress in cultivating her fox body. Of course, this led to an increase in the time I can take this form. However, Master, do you truly plan on taking this girl as a disciple? I recall that Master was never fond of the idea, fearing it would cause problems through implication and interfere with your cultivation. Are the six-winged frost centipedes so important to Master? If you're talking solely about the secret insect control technique, you can simply draw it out through the dream tier technique. The woman's eyes stirred while she spoke and she appeared puzzled. Han Li leaned his body against the back of his chair and wore a lazy expression. "You're not wrong. I truly do hold the six-winged frost centipedes in high regard. At my current pace of refining the celestial ice flames only a sliver at a time, I reckon it will take quite a while before I will be able to complete refine it." Silvermoon hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you know how long?" "To tell the truth, it will take 200 years at the very least to refine all the flames, given that there needs to be a buffer of a year between each sliver. This would take far too long, which is where the six-winged frost centipedes come in. Their icy chi would be able to greatly shorten the amount of time it would take to refine the flames. Furthermore, it will have a certain fantastical effect when applied to the celestial ice flames." Han Li then raised his hands and extended a finger from each. Under Silvermoon's astonished gaze, each of his fingertips flickered with a white and a blue light. There was a frost that was white as snow along with an icy flame that glowed a brilliant blue. They then nimbly hovered off of his fingertips. Silvermoon yelped in surprise, "This." Han Li calmly breathed out, spitting a small cloud of azure chi onto the frost and the blue flames. The frost and blue flames then turned into specks of starlight and began to mix together. Soon after, a muffled boom sounded out and a blinding white-blue light illuminated the room. A small violet flame bird appeared from within the azure chi and began to flap its wings. It appeared quite graceful as it flew in circles. Han Li revealed satisfaction upon seeing the thumb-sized violet bird. There was even a trace of excitement that was betrayed from deep within his eyes. "Silvermoon, do you remember the sacred azura flames that the old devil bone sage used?" Chapter 671, Insect Shell Technique. Silvermoon cried out in astonishment, "The sacred azura flames. Of course I remember. Those are the devil flame known as the sacred flames of the ghost Tao. If the bone sage had truly refined them, there would have been few in this world that could be his match. However, the flames you've used don't seem very similar to what the bone sage displayed during that day." "Of course not. These aren't the sacred azura flames. But while I don't know the specifics behind this particular flame, its might is clearly superior to the celestial ice flames. If I haven't guessed incorrectly, once the flames are fused with the six-winged frost centipede's icy chi, their might will increase to the point where they could rival the sacred azura flames. This was something I had unintentionally discovered after I absorbed the centipede's icy chi. A fortunate coincidence indeed." Once that was said, Han Li twirled his finger and had the bird disappear into his hand. Silvermoon was initially stunned, but soon she revealed delight. With a salute and a gorgeous smile, she said, "This servant congratulates Master." The celestial ice flames were something that common nascent soul cultivators didn't dare to touch. With these newly fused devil flames, Master would be able to dominate the entirety of the heavenly south. Han Li shook his head and sullenly said, "Dominate the heavenly south. Those words are too bold. I do not know how many late nascent soul cultivators are in the heavenly south, but each of these eccentrics should possess many years of vast experience and have their own killing moves. Perhaps one of them might have something to restrain my devil flames. Silvermoon pursed her lips and revealed a careless expression. Master is being too modest. How could such an opportune matter occur in this world? Hanli smiled and said, It's hard to be sure. The gold-devouring beetles may be incisive and are highly ranked, but the blood jade spiders happen to be able to restrain them despite their vastly lower rank. If I were to run into a cultivator that knows about these beetles and possesses jade or wooden treasures, it would prove vastly disadvantageous for the beetles. There will also be something that can restrain these devil flames. In this entire world, there is no such thing as a treasure or technique that is unrivaled. Master is still quite a careful and cautious person. From what you're saying, you must want to prepare several killing moves to prevent yourself from being restrained by others. As if not yet finished speaking, Hanli unhurriedly continued, I've previously never accepted disciples because my cultivation was lacking and I was a wanderer, with my residence ever changing. It would have been burdensome to take a disciple. But now that I am firmly established at the Drifting Cloud sect, it is natural to nurture a few sources of influence of my own. Although one's own strength is extremely important in the cultivation world, it is more dangerous and inconvenient to stand alone. At the very least, useful information will make its way to me. For example, there was no one who had taken the initiative to inform me of the trade meet that would take place in the state of Yu in 2 years. Although those 2 elders would notify me at the last second, I wouldn't be able to make any preparations. As for Lu Yu, while her cultivation isn't very high, she doesn't seem to be someone that is only able to diligently cultivate. After entering the Drifting Cloud sect, I reckon she would strive her hardest to develop her own influence without my orders. Silvermoon smiled and added on, with the sole restriction placed on her, she will be unable to betray you until her cultivation surpasses Master's. Her influence will therefore naturally be your own. This is far more advantageous than accepting an ordinary disciple. After departing Han Li's cave residence, she established her own cave residence at the Drifting Cloud sect's White Phoenix Mountain and became a member of the Drifting Cloud sect's high-grade cultivators. Unclear as to whether or not the silver-haired old man was paying face to Han Li, Lu Mei was appointed as Deputy Mountain Lord of White Phoenix Mountain, giving Mountain Lord Song an assistant. When Han Li heard of the matter, he merely smiled. After Han Li acquired the centipedes, he used the rainbow skirt grass to mature them. Given that they had this effect towards the gold-devouring beetles, they should also affect the 6-winged frost centipedes as well. Of course, he also entered a secluded room and began to study the insect control techniques alongside the profound nascent formation arts that Xie and Rian had left behind. Han Li sat motionlessly on the floor with his eyes shut as an azure light began to flow around his body as if he were cultivating a technique. A long while later, he opened his eyes and his eyes brightened. He promptly grabbed onto the storage pouch at his waist and wordlessly pointed, uttering, "Execute." Suddenly, several thousands of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles flocked from the pouch and hastily turned into a 3-meter large cloud that spiraled above Han Li. Han Li stood up without any hesitation and began to move his feet in a pattern as he muttered to himself. He raised his hands and shot a mist of azure light, enveloping the beetle cloud. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly stopped buzzing and began to hover back and forth in tight formation. However, none of them made contact with one another, making for a bizarre sight. Han Li's gaze brightly flickered as he watched the beetle cloud. He stared for a time before forming an incantation gesture with a single hand. He then extended his free hand as if reaching for the beetles and softly shouted. Azure light flickered from the beetle cloud and they immediately fell onto Han Li, enveloping him within them. The beetles were several times quicker than before and began to frantically fly circles around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Han Li smiled at the sight, but that smile soon disappeared as he began to utter profound and cryptic incantations. Suddenly, the insect cloud suddenly charged towards Hanli with a sudden eruption of blinding azure light. A short moment later, the light disappeared to reveal Han Li's body covered in armor with simple designs of gold, silver, and black. The armor sparkled with azure light and continuously glinted. From a glance, one could tell it was incredibly hard and durable. Han Li's smile became a grin and he stroked the armor. It felt unfathomably smooth as if it were without flaw. Han Li's smile faded away and he sighed, muttering, "Not bad. I truly didn't think that my idea from Heaven Void Hall of using beetles as armor would work. The controlling spirits sect are truly worthy of their fame for their insect control techniques. They are far more powerful than I could have imagined." With the passage of time, there would be discrepancies between their emotions and memories that would appear. The incarnation may even strive its hardest to seize control over the main body. Especially when the incarnation possessed superior power to the main body, there was a chance it would take advantage of its special connection to the main body to restrain it, reversing their positions. As such, although an incarnation can be separated by vast distances and carry out the orders of the main body, it is best to not have it stray too far away. Every so often, one must perform the profound nascent formation arts unification technique to dispel the inner demons of each soul and converge their primal souls into one, strengthening the primary soul's control over the incarnation. Of course, in addition to the incarnation backlash, the incarnation also possessed its own flaws, but they weren't nearly as significant. In fact, when the second nascent soul was acquired, it was already considered initial success stage for the profound nascent formation arts. Without any need to cultivate a second incarnation, one had a vast advantage in battle. The second nascent soul would be able to use various powerful abilities and greatly increase the chance of survival without any danger from backlash. Han Li's expression was sullen as he examined the advantages and drawbacks of this cultivation art. Although it was incredibly difficult to cultivate, it possessed a proportionately powerful ability that he wasn't about to easily relinquish. So long as he fully cultivated it, it would be equivalent to having an additional life, an extremely captivating proposition. As for how he would acquire another cultivator's nascent soul, Han Li suddenly recalled the wood spirit nascent that he had captured earlier. Han Li frowned and took out the jade box from his storage pouch. He gently stroked the jade box and remained silent for a long while. He heard a bit of the wood spirit nascent's origins from Lu Mei and naturally knew that it was quite different from ordinary nascent souls. However, it also stood to reason that the controlling spirit sect's 5-element spirit nascence technique had a few similarities with the profound nascent formation technique. Since this spirit nascent was to be fused with a core formation cultivator, refining the wood spirit nascent as a second nascent soul should follow the same principles and prove to be possible. Besides, he had no other uses for the wood spirit nascent, so there would be no harm in trying. As for the danger of seizing it and erasing the consciousness of the nascent soul, it shouldn't prove to be a problem with assistance from his other treasures and his powerful spiritual sense. The only problem he had to worry about was the assimilation of the formless nascent soul. If any problems occurred, he could only sever the portion of his spiritual sense that occupied the nascent soul, causing great harm to his soul in the process. It was difficult to say if such an outcome would result in any lasting influence to his mind. With that thought, Han Li began to wear a face of hesitation. Chapter 673. Trade meet. After glancing at the jade box in his hand for most of the day, Han Li sighed and slowly placed it back into his storage pouch. Azure light then flashed from his hands and the azure jade slip reappeared. Should he take the risk to refine a second nascent soul? He would put the decision off until he fully comprehended the incantations for the profound nascent formation arts. This matter was dangerous and extremely difficult. As such, it would be better if he were cautious. With his mind made up, he sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip and entered a state of obliviousness. Not far away from Hanli, Silvermoon was peacefully cultivating in her own secluded room. All of the other miscellaneous tasks were being handled by Hanli's ape puppets. Time quickly went by, and yet another year had passed. One day, two streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew in the direction of Hanli's cave residence. Two silhouettes could be faintly made out from within them. They were the two Drifting Cloud sect elders, a silver-haired old man and a sallow-faced middle-aged man. They couldn't help but exchange a smile when they saw that the restrictions around Hanli's residence were in full effect. The middle-aged man surnamed Liu flicked his finger and sent a previously prepared letter talisman into the restrictions in a streak of fiery light. Once the talisman disappeared from sight, he smiled to the silver-haired old man and said, "It seems ever since Junior Marshal Brother Han returned, he remained within his cave residence in diligent cultivation." The silver-haired old man surnamed Xing spoke with a strange expression, "That is to be expected. How else could Junior Marshal Brother Han have formed a nascent soul in 200 years? It is a pity that the end of my lifespan is drawing close. I am incapable of treading further on the path of immortal cultivation, and I reckon you know this too." The middle-aged man hastily consoled him, "Senior Marshal Brother Qing must be joking. He still has another 200 years ahead of him at the very least." The silver-haired old man shook his head and calmly said, "Hee, Junior Marshal Brother Liu, how could I not know of my own circumstances? Perhaps if I hadn't been wounded from the last battle, I might have been able to live another 200 years without a problem. But despite my full recovery, the battle caused great harm to my vitality. It is something that cannot be solved through meditation. Senior Marshal Brother." The middle-aged man's expression changed and he thought to say something, but the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The old man slowly said, "Even if I enter no further battles, I will live only 60 years more at most, that much is certain. There is no need to comfort me. Why else would I have so painstakingly roped Junior Marshal Brother Han into our Drifting Cloud sect? I have even done my best to befriend him. Normally, even if we were truly impatient about taking him into our sect, we would have done a meticulous investigation into his background. Fortunately, our hasty judgment has turned out to be correct. Although this person's history is somewhat complicated, he holds no ulterior motives towards our Drifting Cloud sect." The middle-aged man was stunned. Senior Marshal Brother sent disciples to investigate Junior Marshal Brother Han's background. That's right. Although Junior Marshal Brother Han's background is rather vague, with his name and appearance, I've sent disciples to stealthily make some inquiries into the state of you, and ended up with a rough background of our Junior Marshal Brother Han. You might not believe it, but over 100 years ago, our Junior Marshal Brother was originally a Foundation establishment cultivator of Yellow Maple Valley. During that time, he had earned a small reputation for himself. While this results in a deep cultivation, these cultivators may be unable to defeat cultivators that are a grade lower than them. Although I don't believe Junior Marshal Brother Han to be such a cultivator, it would be better to test this. As such, I will be staying behind to guard the sect. You will accompany him to the trade meet. Does Senior Marshal Brother mean to say?" The middle-aged man revealed a sudden trace of understanding. The old man smiled and thought to say something further when the mist in front of him suddenly parted. The old man immediately grew quiet as the middle-aged man followed suit. The two walked into the path that opened through the fog without any reservations and disappeared from sight. The largest trade meet in the heavenly south convened at the northmost country of the Nine Nations Union, the state of Yu. Deep within the mountains of this country lay soaring Heaven City, the capital of the Nine Nations Union. Cultivators from all over the continent flocked to this country. Be it man or woman, young or old, all of those that resided within the city were cultivators. This city alone even had 7 cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage or higher stationed there, resulting in the immediate deaths of any cultivator who dared to cause trouble in the city. As a result, regardless of a cultivator's affiliation, none dared to act imprudently within. 2 months before the start of largest trade meet in the heavenly south, the Nine Nations Alliance activated a spell formation with a resounding reputation, the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation, to protect the city in place of a majority of its normal restrictions. Because a few cultivators have already made their way to the city out of impatience or otherwise, there were already stalls placed inside. Trade was already being conducted between cultivators. While the official days of the trade meet would have treasures of all kind in great number, they weren't something that common cultivators could afford. They would rather find a few suitable uncommon materials ahead of time instead. The quiet, cold-soaring heaven city soon became bustling with activity as if it were filled with the liveliness of the marketplaces in common mortal cities. However, those walking the streets of the city were cultivators of high rank and the currency being used were spirit stones. The city only possessed a single auction house which was under the control of the Nine Nations Union. It had also begun to appraise and auction off all sorts of rare treasures, contributing to the liveliness of the city. Just as the trade meet was only half a month away, there were 3 streaks of light steadily flying through the sky several thousands of kilometers away. Once the 3 lights grew closer, they were revealed to be 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a cool and elegant beauty. She flew at the side of a youth with a common appearance that wore a rather intimate expression. The third person in their party was a blue-robed middle-aged man whose clothes fluttered through the wind in a display of unordinary majesty. It seems Junior Marshall Brother has cultivated some sort of secret technique. I can't see any other reason for this strange reason. I had truly cultivated a few techniques, but I've got quite a ways to go before I reach greater mastery of them. But I've heard from other disciples that Senior Marshall Brother Lou's Thousand Wave Arts is a famed top-grade cultivation art. This junior brother wishes he will soon be able to see it. With a slight smile, Hanley easily turned the subject back to the middle-aged man. Elder Luke shook his head and wryly smiled. Junior Marshall Brother shouldn't listen to the drivel that those disciples spout. My Thousand Waves art is simply an ordinary water attribute cultivation technique. While it is rather easy to defeat core formation cultivators with it, I haven't encountered much success with it when used against cultivators of a similar grade. Fortunately, this cultivation art possesses 2 divine abilities that specialize in survival. Even when I'm defeated, I am able to preserve my life. Hanley took his words to be mostly true. He recalled that in their last battle with the righteous and Devil Dao, Elder Lu was able to return to the Dream Cloud Mountains unharmed. Instead, the silver-haired old man with slightly greater cultivation had suffered heavy injuries before being able to escape. It seems his survival ability was indeed impressive. Hanley's heart stirred and he thought to say something else when his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to the side. Close at Hanley's side, Mu Peeling curiously asked, "Sir, what's happening over there?" Since she became Han Lil's concubine, her icy appearance had been replaced with bright eyes and a captivating charm. Hanley frowned for a moment before calmly saying, "There seems to be a squad of cultivators with a nascent soul cultivator heading over, that seems to have discovered us." When the middle-aged man followed Hanley's gaze, he wore an expression of astonishment and unconsciously thought better of Hanley. That seems to be the case. I didn't expect Junior Marshall Brother's spiritual sense to be so strong. You've detected it a moment earlier than me. I didn't expect for Junior Marshall Brother to be so careful as to release his spiritual sense while so near soaring Heaven City. Hanley silently smiled in response. In truth, given his powerful spiritual sense, it hadn't taken him any effort to sense them. However, the nascent soul cultivator approaching them from afar did seem to possess powerful spiritual sense as well. Hanley and Elder Lu were curious about who was approaching them and unconsciously slowed down. A short moment later, a drum beat could be heard from the distance and golden light shined from the horizon. A group of golden-clothed and armored cultivators with the appearance of heavenly warriors were closely escorting a carriage of dazzling and magnificent design. There were also white cranes flying in front of it, followed by palace maids carrying cauldrons. It appeared as if a monarch was making a tour in an imposing manner. Mu Peeling was dumbfounded at the sight and her jaw dropped in astonishment. Han Li was also amazed by the sight, but he soon regained his calm. He was aware that cultivators were odd and fantastical to every description, particularly cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Perhaps due to the influence of their cultivation's arts or otherwise, their temperaments become strange and separated from reason. Since this was a common affair, he was surprised for only a moment. But when the middle-aged man saw this, he felt his blood turn cold and he harshly whispered, "Duke Nanlong. Why is this old eccentric also participating in the trade meet? Junior Marshal Brother Han, do not speak carelessly. His abilities are mighty and his temperament is strange. Since I've met him in the past, let me deal with him." With those hasty words, the middle-aged man called for Han Li to stop alongside him. He wore a serious expression as he respectfully waited for the group of cultivators to approach. Han Li's expression stirred from seeing the middle-aged man appear so nervous. He complied with his warnings and Mu Peeling tactfully kept silent as well. A short moment later, the golden-armored cultivator soldiers and the carriage drew closer. Upon closer look, Han Li felt his heart tremble. The halberd-wielding soldier cultivators weren't much to behold. While their appearances were formidable and lofty, their cultivations were only at foundation establishment stage. Rather, what made Han Li's heart tremble were the two spirit beasts pulling the carriage. From the azure scale armor and the bizarre horn on its head, one of the beasts appeared to be a mythical Qilin. The other beast had fluttering wings of fire with long, golden feathers. It was actually a fire phoenix. As Han Li grew fearful of the two spirit beasts, the carriage drew closer to them. Before the carriage approached, Elder Lu saluted in its direction and spoke with a clear voice, "Is that Marquis Nanlong? I am the drifting cloud Sex Lu Luo. It has been 300 years since I've last seen you in the company of my master, Monk Mu Li. It is truly my fortune to meet you again." Although Elder Lu's words were neutral in tone, Han Li could clearly hear a trace of fear in his voice and noted that he seemed to refer to himself as a junior. The huge carriage was obscured from sight by a barrier of golden mist. However, when Elder Lu called out to the carriage in greeting, the drumbeats came to a sudden stop. The group of cultivators stopped about 100 meters away from Han Li and company as silence descended. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but his expression soon returned to normal. A lazy tone came from within the golden light, "Oh. So you're Mu Li's pedantic, scholarly disciple. At the time, you seemed to only be a core formation cultivator. I didn't think in a mere 300 years, you've also reached nascent soul stage. I've heard your master had passed away in meditation during that time. It is truly a pity. However, the fellow Taoist at your side seems quite unfamiliar." Chapter 675, Forceful Exchange. When Han Li heard himself mentioned, he simply smiled and remained silent. He was certain that his senior martial brother Lu would answer on his behalf. Sure enough, the middle-aged man rushed to introduce Han Li before Marquis Nanlong could speak any further. "Marquis, this is my junior martial brother Han. He has just recently condensed a nascent soul and joined our sect. At his side is Lady Mu, his concubine. Junior martial brother Han, this is Marquis Nanlong, an old friend of my deceased master. I hope you will acquaint yourself with him." As his clothes fluttered in the wind, Han Li calmly saluted the carriage. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Marquis Nanlong." Within the carriage, Marquis Nanlong indifferently said, "Han Li. That name is completely unfamiliar. It seems fellow Daoist Han is truly a new nascent soul cultivator. Might we have an exchange of skill to gauge your abilities? Ah. Junior Marshall brother Han only condensed a nascent soul a few years ago. How could he possibly be a match for fellow Daoist Nanlong? I mean, fellow Daoist Nanlong is already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Lu Luo's smiling expression froze and he inwardly cursed. Although this old eccentric's temperament was peculiar, his words suggested he was now entirely different from before. Be at ease. I won't be using my cultivation to take advantage of the weak. We will only be using our spiritual sense to contest. After all, fellow Daoist Han's spiritual sense is rather strong, very unlike a cultivator who had just condensed his nascent soul. I am anxious to display my own skill. As soon as that was said, a golden light flashed from the huge carriage, fading away to reveal the three that were sitting inside. One was a man wearing robes embroidered with purple pythons and a tall, jade-green hat with a long beard that reached down to his chest. The other two were women dressed in snow-white palace robes. Each beauty was being loosely held in his embrace on each side. The women at the marquis's sides were certain to be his concubines. Although their cultivations were only at foundation establishment, their graceful beauty was a sight to behold. Worry filled Lu Luo and he directly said, "Marquis must be joking." Although Junior Marshall brother Han's spiritual sense is a bit strong, contests of spiritual sense are exceedingly dangerous. How can this be taken so lightly? Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a cold smile and calmly said, "Fellow Daoist Lu, you seem worried, but perhaps fellow Daoist Han would be willing to give it a chance." He glanced at Han Li as a cold glint flickering through his eyes. "Moreover, if I remember correctly, we are already within 500 kilometers of Soaring Heaven City. If fellow Daoist Han truly refuses my good intentions, I will make use of the forced trade law." Lu Luo's expression changed as he faintly felt a sense of foreboding. Forced trade. What does the Marquis mean? Marquis Nanlong's gaze coldly swept over Mu Peeling as he expressionlessly said, "From how intimately Lady Mu and fellow Daoist Han are acting, fellow Daoist Han must certainly hold her dear. It just so happens that I have two beloved concubines at my side, but I've grown bored of them. I'll use them to exchange for fellow Daoist Han's concubine. My two beloved concubines are on par with Lady Mu with regards to both cultivation and appearance, fulfilling the forced trade conditions. If fellow Daoist Han is unwilling to trade, you will have to stake it in a contest of spiritual sense. If you win, not only will you retain your own concubine, but you may take both of mine." The two concubines in his embrace had a slight change of expression, but they soon returned to normal. When Lu Luo heard this, furious alarm was revealed on his face and he was at a loss for words while Mu Peeling turned pale. Although she didn't know much of this Marquis Nanlong, from how he treated other cultivators and his concubines, it was likely that she wouldn't be able to preserve her maidenhood until core formation stage and would be treated like a material good. Mu Peeling gritted her teeth at the thought of this occurring and her pale complexion faintly revealed a dark shade of red. She didn't have high hopes that her husband would be able to defeat him. Marquis Nanlong sat on the carriage and closely pressured Han Li, asking, "Well, will fellow Daoist agree to the exchange or will we have a match with our spiritual sense?" Silence filled their surroundings for a time. Not only did Lu Luo and Mu Peeling nervously glance at Han Li, but even the two concubines of Marquis Nanlong curiously glanced at the youthful cultivator with an ordinary appearance. After stroking his chin, Han Li suddenly smiled. "If it's a contest of spiritual sense, then I will agree. Since I've just recently condensed my nascent soul, I coincidentally wish to compare my spiritual sense against other nascent soul cultivators. However, if I somehow manage to win, I don't want the Marquis's beloved concubines. Instead, I would rather know the true reason Marquis Nanlong has decided to have a spiritual sense competition." I hope the Marquis won't merely say that I was displeasing to the eye or that he finds my own concubine to be desirable. Hanley calmly spoke, revealing not a trace of worry. An indescribable expression flickered over the Marquis' face, and the others were left at a complete loss. Marquis Nanlong grew silent for a moment before slowly replying, "All right, I agree." His expression appeared completely solemn. "Sir." Mu Peeling couldn't help but call out to Hanley upon seeing him agree to the battle. She wore a complicated expression on her face. Hanley waved his arm, "It's nothing. Just a mere contest." Lu Luo sighed and warned, "Junior Marshal brother, be careful. If it becomes too much, concede immediately. I will immediately act to protect you." Hanley nodded and said nothing further. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong had already pushed away his concubines and flung his sleeve, launching himself through the air. Azure light flashed from Hanley's body as he also made his approach. Although the force trade provision mentioned that it would be best if the 9 Nations Union enforcers to be present, both sides decided to tacitly remain silent of the matter. When both parties were only about 20 meters away from another, they stopped. Hanley then calmly said, "Although I don't know why the Marquis truly wishes to test the depths of my spiritual sense, the reason clearly isn't shallow. I am quite curious about the matter. Fellow Daoist Han is truly intelligent. However, you will only know the reason if your spiritual sense is at least as strong as mine. Were it not for your powerful spiritual sense sweeping past me previously, I wouldn't have tainted my reputation by challenging you." Marquis Nanlong coldly smiled and bluntly said, "However, I don't see your chance of victory being large. The differences in spiritual strength between early and mid-nascent soul cultivators aren't something to underestimate." While other nascent soul cultivators would feel indignant and dissatisfied by this treatment, Lu Luo knew of the Marquis' eccentric personality and could only smile wryly. At that moment, Hanley descended towards Elder Lu and Mu Peeling. "Sir, are you all right?" When she saw Hanley return, Mu Peeling greeted him with a flushed face as she stared at him with bright eyes. Although her husband had contested with Marquis Nanlong for only a moment, that recent display of mighty ability had greatly shaken her heart. She felt somewhat more appreciative of her position by his side and faintly developed a sense of security from him. "It was nothing, merely a bit of effort," Hanley calmly said. Her sudden display of concern had made his heart throb. Lu Luo looked at Hanley for a long while with admiration before beaming and said, "Junior Marshal brother, you keep your secrets well. You made me worry for nothing." Hanley calmly said, "I never meant to conceal this from my 2 senior marshal brothers, it's just that you haven't ever asked me about it, but let's hurry for now. Those spiritual sense gales will certainly draw the attention of many cultivators." Lu Luo instantly agreed, "That's right. It would be troublesome if this were widely spread. Let's quickly head to Soaring Skies City." Chapter 677, Meeting the Boy. Hanley stood on the side of a mountain and glanced at the huge city walls several kilometers away. He softly said, "This is Soaring Heaven's Mountain?" Lu Luo stood at Hanley's side and spoke with a similar expression. "Has Junior Marshal brother never seen such a large city before? The 9 Nations Union have expanded this city several times before reaching such a size. Although I wouldn't dare to say that this is the largest city in the Heavenly South, it definitely is among the top 5. The entire city is also made of huge stones from the same source." When Hanley heard this, he faintly smiled. What city could possibly best Scattered Star Sea's Heavenly Star City? Now that city was truly gargantuan existence. Although Soaring Heaven City was a huge city that spanned over 50 kilometers, it still wasn't something that could be compared to Heavenly Star City. Han Li didn't care much of it, but Mu Piling was clearly amazed by the sight of this stone city. Nevertheless, we will have to approach Soaring Heaven's city on foot. How troublesome. Lu Luo shook his hand and spoke with slight dissatisfaction. Han Li pursed his lips and replied, the Nine Nations Union can't help it. There are far too many high-grade cultivators that have come. They would have no way of managing the city if they were to come by air. Fortunately, these restrictions are merely superficial against nascent soul cultivators like us. If we truly wished to fly, these restrictions couldn't do anything to us. I didn't expect for Junior Marshall Brother to be so open-minded. Alright, let's go. The sooner we get to the city, the more profit will be had. Ever since Han Li's bout with Marquis Nanlong, Senior Marshal Brother Lu had treated Han Li in a far greater familiarity. Han Li nodded with a smile, and the three began to walk towards the city gate in stride. Because they were in the vicinity of Soaring Heaven City, there were vast crowds entering the city from every direction. Han Li and Lu Luo already concealed their cultivation as this didn't wish to cause a disturbance. They entered the crowd under the guise of Foundation establishment cultivators and made way towards the city gate. Although there were protectors from the Nine Nations Union, they didn't discover anything amiss from Han Li or Lu Luo. After they entered Soaring Heaven City, they spotted orderly rows of stone buildings. There were stone streets of varying length between each of the stone buildings, forming what seemed to be a crowded web-like pathway. Since Lu Luo had been at Soaring Heavens in the past, he suggested, let's first get a fixed residence. There is no need for us to barge into any inns. There are distinguished pavilions that are specialized for nascent soul cultivators like us. We'll be heading there directly. Han Li didn't raise any objects and followed after Elder Lu with Mu Piling in tow. Lu Luo ended up bringing the two towards a corner of the city. A short moment later, the three passed through many roads before arriving in front of a white light barrier. Behind the light barrier laid many pavilions that were simply designed but elegant nonetheless. There were other cultivators outside the light barrier, peering inside with expressions of admiration and reverence. However, they didn't dare to stay for too long and each of them eventually hurried on their way. The restrictions here are only something a nascent soul cultivator can dissolve. Lu Luo pressed his hand against the light barrier and blue light flickered from his palm. With a whoosh, the white light barrier formed a hole from where Lu Luo's palm had touched it. He then flew inside with a blur, followed by the light barrier closing at an inconceivable speed. After a moment of surprise, Han Li opened his mouth and spouted out a mist of azure light. The white light barrier flickered upon contact with the azure light and a 3-meter large hole immediately shattered. Han Li grabbed onto Mu Piling's waist and quickly brought her through the light barrier. Mu Piling blushed from being in Han Li's embrace and felt a peculiar emotion in her heart. Lu Luo appeared amazed at how easily Han Li had broken through the barrier, but his calm soon returned. Lu Luo pointed to a few of the pavilions with a smile and said, "These pavilions are for the use for any nascent soul cultivators and any disciples they may bring. They may chosen at will, but the light restrictions surrounding the pavilions illustrate whether or not they are already occupied. However, not all nascent soul cultivators are willing to use this place. There are a few eccentrics that are willing to stay outside the city or at inns." As expected, a small portion of the pavilions were already glowing with light restrictions. Lu Luo pointed to 2 pavilions a couple hundred of meters away and proposed, "Junior Marshal Brother, let's pick those neighboring pavilions. If anything happens, it will be best if we look after each other." After examining them for a moment, Han Li replied, "Let's do as you say." Just as Lu Luo was about to say something else, the white-yellow light barrier covering another pavilion suddenly opened to reveal a small figure. When this person swept past Han Li and Luo Lu, they astonishedly said, Is it not Brother Lu? I didn't expect for you to arrive so early." Han Li hastily peered in the speaker's direction. This person was a child with delicate, flawless skin. He was the child fire dragon that Hanli previous saw at the sacred area of the three sections. Once he finished speaking, his bright eyes turned towards Hanli and Mupiling, resulting in an expression of astonishment. With his vast memory, he was able to recall them both being among the finalists of the last sword trial assembly. However, Hanli was now only using a superficial cultivation concealment technique, something ineffective against cultivators of the same grade. After a moment of surprise, the boy revealed an expression of understanding. Lu Luo quickly smiled upon seeing him. It seemed their relationship was quite good. Hee. So it turned out to be fellow Daoist Lan. How are we early? You obviously rushed over here. Aw, that's right, this is our newly joined elder Han. Junior Marshal Brother Han, I believe you've met Brother Lan once before. There should be no further need for introductions. When the child fire dragon heard this, he wryly smiled and said, so it is true that fellow Daoist Han entered the Drifting Clouds sect as a new elder. My eyes were truly awry that day. Having heard this, Hanli offered a cursory explanation with a smile. I had merely heard of the grand reputation of the sacred spirit well tree and wished to enter the sacred area to take a look. I sincerely hope fellow Daoist Lan didn't take offense. Since fellow Daoist is now an elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, this matter need not be mentioned further. However, you two have arrived quite timely. I happen to be meeting a few friendly acquaintances of mine at the Crystal Dragon Pavilion for a small-scale trade. How about you two fellow Daoists come and take a look? Perhaps you might find something you like. The child fire dragon seemed to have a straightforward temperament to have invited them with a beckon. Lu Luo joyously said, to think there would be an exchange so soon. TCH. We've definitely come at a good time. He then hastily turned towards Hanli with his expression quickly turning solemn. Junior Marshal Brother Han, there aren't many exchanges that occur between nascent soul cultivators. We must go, else we could miss some good items. Hanli calmly smiled and said, then let us follow Senior Marshal Brother Lan. After Hanli and Luo Lu arranged restrictions outside their pavilions, they followed the child fire dragon out of the residential area. Hanli had instructed Mupiling to stay inside the pavilion for the time being. The child fire dragon explained in a clear voice, the Crystal Dragon Pavilion was opened by a good friend of mine from the Nine Nations Union. My good friend has made a wide range of connections, acquainting himself with those from every power. As such, he was able to form this trade meeting. However, in order to prevent any unnecessary trouble, all of those attending will be concealing their true appearances. Lu Luo's heart stirred and he spoke with amazement. Brother Lan seems to be talking of Daoist Heaven Crystal. However, I recall that Daoist Heaven Crystal isn't fond of business matters. Did he truly take the initiative to hold this trade meeting? The child fire dragon chuckled and said, hee, I didn't expect that fellow Daoist Lu would know of my old friend's reputation. That's right, while my old friend isn't fond of such inconvenience, there are a few required materials that he had been searching for. I reckon he took the initiative to start this trade meet in order to find them. Lu Luo nodded his head. Oh, if that's the case, it does seem quite likely. As Hanli listened to the two, his expression remained as always. The three walked towards a pure white pavilion ahead of them. It was 3 stories tall and grew more narrow towards the top. There was a silver sign that hung from the building with the words, Crystal Dragon Pavilion. Chapter 678, Nascent Soul Meeting, it's right here. Fellow Daoists, let's go in. The child fire dragon smiled at the two and walked towards the Crystal Dragon Pavilion with a swagger. Once they approached the pavilion's large gate, Hanli casually took a look inside and revealed surprise. The interior appeared to be that of an ordinary restaurant. Not only was it full of guests that were eating and drinking, there were also several waiters that were scurrying between tables with dishes in hand. The scents of fine wine and food were accompanied with the clanging of cups. After they pushed open the gates, they saw a foot-long wooden plate hung at the side. "This building is taken, outsiders are prohibited," were written on it in pitch-black words. That old ghost Heaven Crystal is still playing around with silly illusion techniques. Really? After muttering those words, the child fire dragon paid no more attention to it and walked in with a stride. When Hanli heard this, his heart stirred and he swept his spiritual sense past the floor. He soon revealed a strange expression, but he continued inside. Once they passed the gate, the guests, waiters, scents and sounds, all disappeared like the pop of a bubble. Hanli casually swept his gaze at the scene and saw that all that remained was a gray mist surrounding the building. There was merely an old-fashioned table at the center of the room with a copper lamp that was lit with a gray-robed Taoist with an amiable face sitting behind the lamp. He appeared to be 60 years of age and was glancing at the three with a smile. "I didn't expect that Brother Lon would arrive, let alone bring guests. This old Taoist's eyes are rather poor. It seems as if I've never seen this azure-robed fellow Taoist before. Could he have recently entered nascent soul?" The gray-robed Taoist smiled and cordially beckoned to them. His intimate manners unconsciously aroused in a good impression amongst them. The child fire dragon returned the smile, but he spoke with an unexpectedly harsh tone. "Brother Heaven Crystal, I've brought 2 uninvited guests. Surely you won't refuse them." "Why would I do that? This place welcomes all fellow Taoists. Besides, I am acquainted with fellow Taoist Lu. It is only—" The old Taoist's gaze hovered towards Hanli. Hanli took a step forward and saluted him. "I am the Drifting Clouds Sex Hanli, a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. I hope Taoist Heaven Crystal can provide me some guidance in the future." Taoist Heaven Crystal pleasantly smiled and said, "So it turned out to be a sect member of W fellow Taoist Lu. From his young age, he's certain to have boundless prospects. Enough, old friend. The others should be arriving soon. We'll be going upstairs." From his direct words, it seemed the child fire dragon had a rather deep friendship with him. Taoist Heaven Crystal sighed. "Brother Lon is still so impatient. Almost everyone has already arrived. I'm sure a few of the more impatient ones have already started trading as well. Here are 2 black spirit masks for those fellow Taoists. Brother Lon, do you need one?" He then flipped his hands and summoned 2 black wood masks into his hands with a flash of white light. Talisman characters appeared on their surface. The child fire dragon's cheeks bulged as if he were annoyed. He snorted and said, "Of course you should know that with my stature, regardless of any illusions I use, I cannot conceal myself. Of course. Please come up. This old man will join you in a bit." Taoist Heaven Crystal casually smiled and tossed the marks to Hanli and Lu Luo. At that same time, a white streak of light showed towards the mist behind him. The mist disappeared and revealed stairs of glittering light that led to the 2nd floor. Without any further courtesies, the child fire dragon wordlessly walked around the table and climbed to the 2nd floor. Lu Luo and Hanli saluted the old Taoist before following him up the stairs. Afterwards, they took out several items for the cultivator to see. While the others couldn't see these items clearly, the embroidered-robed cultivator bluntly refused them each with a single glance, causing them to resentfully withdraw. "Is there anyone else?" This 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom was acquired over 6 years of immense toil, and it is being sold for only 100,000 spirit stones. It definitely isn't expensive. However, I also wish that this item may be exchanged for some suitable earth attribute materials. Even if it is somewhat inferior in comparison, I will still take it. But if there is too much of a difference in value and you merely wish to take advantage of me, don't bother wasting my time." As if truly wishing to trade with the item in his hand, he grew impatient from seeing that no one was stepping forward. Hanli swept his gaze past the other cultivators and noticed that many wore expression of greed, yet none of them stepped forward. It seemed that they didn't believe the price to be too expensive but that they didn't have anything suitable to trade for it. Even the child fire dragon wore a face of regret. He cultivated a genuine fire attribute cultivation technique, and it would prove incredibly useful towards him. Seeing that there were no further offers, he helplessly grasped the lid of the wooden box and was about to close it when Hanli sent him a voice transmission. "Don't be so hasty, fellow Daoist. Would you be interested in an Earth attribute demon core?" The embroidered robed man stopped upon hearing Hanli. With slight surprise, he replied to Hanli through voice transmission, "You have demon cores. However, my scarlet essence mushroom must be exchanged for a grade 7 demon core or several grade 6 demon cores at the very least." Hanli pondered after receiving his reply. He still had a few demon beast cores left over from refining his medicine pills. Since they came from particularly rare demon beasts, he kept them in case they may have other uses, such as now. The spirit mushroom could be further matured through use of his green liquid, unlike his demon cores. As for their prices, it was somewhat hard to say. In the scattered star seas, grade 7 demon cores were extremely precious, but far less valuable than a scarlet essence mushroom. However, this was different in the heavenly south. Not to mention grade 6 demon cores, even grade 5 demon cores were rarely seen items. There were few places in the heavenly south where high-grade demon beasts dwelled. In this case, a grade 7 demon core was a fair trade for a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom. Having came to a decision, Hanli stood up and walked towards the embroidered-robed cultivator. This came as a surprise to the child fire dragon and Luluo, and they looked at him with amazement. Hanli took several steps towards the embroidered-robed cultivator and summoned a jade box with a flip of his hand. He then tossed it to cultivator without saying a single word. The embroidered-robed cultivator calmly caught the box and opened it. After carefully examining it for a long while, his gaze revealed delight. "We've reached a deal." He beckoned to the floating mushroom and sealed it before handing it over to Hanli. At that same moment, he swiftly placed the jade box into his own storage pouch. Hanli nodded his head and placed the wooden box into his own storage pouch before turning to his original position. Luluo and the child fire dragon were both completely astounded, but the two tactfully avoided asking Hanli any questions and simply sent him a few words of congratulations. Hanli accepted their words with a tranquil expression. Nevertheless, Hanli could already feel the many gazes of the seated cultivators examining him once more. Obviously, being able to afford the scarlet essence mushroom had attracted much interest. However, Hanli was unconcerned. With his current abilities, he had no problems escaping from anything short of a late nascent soul cultivator. Alright, since this fellow Daoist has finished trading, let's have the next fellow Daoist head up. Daoist Heaven Crystal beamingly smiled at a female cultivator sitting nearby the embroidered-robed man and suggested, "How about you?" The green-robed woman gracefully replied, "Of course, I shall be presenting my treasures next." She stood up and slowly said, "I didn't have such a good opportunity to acquire as rare a treasure as the previous fellow Daoist. However, I am proficient in tool refinement techniques, and have refined a immortal binding ring that has never been bonded. So long as someone perform the rites to accept a master, one will be able to make full use of its abilities. I don't mean to boast, but while this treasure was created with common materials, its might is quite formidable. It is remarkably effective at both restraining enemies and protecting its user." With a flutter of her sleeve, a fine white ring flew out and began to fluctuate in size and flicker with light. Without speaking any further, she pointed to the ring and it suddenly trembled before expanding to 3 meters in length. The walls of the ring were as thick as an arm and emitted silver talisman characters along with an astonishing spiritual chi. Chapter 680, Devilfall Valley. Since this ring has yet to recognize a master, I am unable to display its full abilities. Of course, you should all know it comes at quite a price. I intend on trading this immortal binding ring for a bottle of nascent soul-level cultivation pills. If you're interested in giving an offer, I'll be taking a look at them. Although cultivators present each had their own magic treasures, nurturing multiple magic treasures with differing abilities wasn't unheard of. Furthermore, this magic treasure was masterless, so it can be given to disciples. Of course, magic treasures that were created by nascent soul cultivators were far stronger than those created by core formation cultivators. A majority of cultivators also weren't experts in tool refinement, especially so with nascent soul cultivators. Since an expertly refined treasure appeared before them, many grew tempted and wished to trade for them. The woman selected one of the bottles of medicine pills offered to her and smoothly concluded the transaction. Although this immortal binding ring was far less valuable than the scarlet essence mushroom, it was also much easier to trade for. The next cultivator stood up before Daoist Heaven Crystal called out to him, "I am offering Starsteel Sand for trade. It can be used for." The trade meeting went smoothly with each nascent soul cultivators taking out their own items, each an undoubtable rarity. They were far beyond what Hanli had previously seen offered at markets, and couldn't be afforded even with the entirety of a common core formation cultivator's wealth. When a cultivator's turn arrived, they naturally took out an item suitable for a cultivator of their rank. But of course, not everyone made a successful trade. There were a few items that were too unfamiliar, along with those that were desirable but had an unfulfillable price. Nevertheless, these nascent soul cultivators were each brimming with experience. There was no possibility of trades with a large disparities in value. The Child Fire Dragon and Lu Luo were both in front of Hanli and each took out their own items first. The Child Fire Dragon took out a bowl-sized, tricolored flower, an ingredient for pill refinement. Although it couldn't be compared with the scarlet essence mushroom, it was still a rare item. However, since there was no one that possessed the item he was looking for, the poison mark wood, he could only sit back down with disappointment. As for Lu Luo, he ended up with a rather successful transaction. He traded a bottle of something Hanli had never heard of before, spirit herb extract, for a small fire-red sword that hadn't yet recognized a master. It was unknown who he was giving it to, as there was no possibility of refining it for himself given his age. With Lu Luo's successful transaction came Hanli's turn. Because he successfully traded for the embroidered robe cultivator's scarlet essence mushroom at the beginning, there were many that were particularly focusing their attention on Hanli. Hanli calmly stood up and took out 2 white jade boxes that he had previously prepared. "I have grade 6 water attribute demon cores and 2 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. I will exchange them for a piece of auric essence. But if I can't, I will trade one of the boxes for the whereabouts of auric essence as well." Once Hanli said this, his hands trembled and azure light flickered. The 2 jade boxes opened at the same time. A red and blue demon core, and 2 glistening, jade-green spirit herbs were revealed. Auric essence. All cultivators around them revealed an awed expression. While these demon cores and the 1,000-year spirit herbs were precious, there was still a great difference in value in between them. If he were to truly trade for them, it was quite likely he would only be able to pay for only a small iota of it, nowhere near enough. Daoist Heaven Crystal then walked to the center of the floor and smiled. "Fellow Daoists, it appears a majority of you had traded for the materials that you required. Even if you didn't, it doesn't matter. Our little gathering is merely a tenth of the nascent soul cultivators that have arrived at the city. There will be more opportunities to come. While I can't say this for anybody else, I may be holding an even larger trade meet. I hope you fellow Taoists will be able to participate in it. But before we come to a close, I also have a few items I wish to put up for trade. Once the old Taoist finished speaking, his hands began to sparkle with white light and he summoned even items from his storage pouch, filling the table. When the other cultivators saw the items in the table, they were left amazed. Once Han Li saw these items, his expression also greatly changed. 8 varying monstrous beast puppets were arranged on the table, including a white wolf, azure pythons, and even a red bull. Although these items were entirely still, they contained astonishing spiritual qi equivalent to early core formation cultivators. They were far more powerful than the huge ape puppets in Han Li's possession, and they weren't recorded in Han Li's puppet sutras either, much to Han Li's bewilderment. Could this person also be a cultivator of the Thousand Bamboo School? But the Thousand Bamboo School shouldn't have any cultivators at nascent soul stage. Could there be another group cultivating their own style of puppets? As Han Li's mind stirred, he couldn't help but gaze at these puppets, hoping to make out any peculiarities. But before he could do so, the fatty from the Harmonious Bond sect smiled and yelped, "Fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal, since when did you start cultivating puppet techniques? Did you plan on abandoning your crystal light arts? If that's the case, you have my wholehearted admiration." Taoist Heaven Crystal grinned, "Brother Ju jests. With my weary body, how could I possibly change my cultivation art? These puppets were merely something I found in some ruins with some other fellow Taoists. As am I embarrassingly short on money as of current, I must use them for trade. Although their might isn't great, they will particularly effective in certain situations." Chapter 681, Soulstone. A cultivator with an elderly appearance twirled the beard in his hand and said, "Oh, I am rather interested in these puppets. It is a good life-saving item to give to my youngest disciple, but what does Taoist Heaven Crystal want for it?" Taoist Heaven Crystal calmly said, "Hee, this humble Taoist is looking for particularly rare items from the time of antiquity known as soul stones. Each soul stone may be exchanged for a single puppet beast. These puppets were personally refined from cultivators of antiquity. I reckon that there are no other high-grade puppets in the entire world." Soul stone. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, the cultivators present wore doubtful expression. This was something they had never heard of before. Taoist Heaven Crystal wasn't surprised by this. He slapped his storage pouch and summoned a thumb-sized jade-green gem into his palm. At first glance, it appeared similar to be wood attribute spirit stone, but once the cultivators swept their spiritual sense past it, they discovered that the spirit stone emitted an unfathomably cold fluctuations, completely different from that of a wood attribute spirit stone. With the gem in his hand, the old Taoist slowly said, "Perhaps there are a few fellow Taoists that possess this item, but hadn't known of its name. I happen to have one in my possession so that you may recognize it." A devil Tao cultivator wrapped in black qi yelped in astonishment, "How odd. It seems similar to ghost energy, but it is far more pure." Taoist Heaven Crystal straightforwardly replied, "I don't know what it is that the stone contains, but it definitely isn't ordinary ghost qi. Else, I wouldn't be willing to exchange a single stone for one of these puppets." "Oh. That's true." The Devil Tao cultivator tactfully dropped the subject. When Han Li clearly saw this gem, his expression underneath the mask vastly changed and his eyes flickered. If he saw correctly, this soul stone was clearly the Umbra beast crystals that he obtained from the Umbra realm. Of course, beast crystals was merely the name used by the natives. Its true name, as the cultivators of antiquity called it, seemed to be soul stones. Han Li pondered, this Taoist Heaven Crystal not only took out those puppets but he also gathered many soul stones. Both appeared at Heaven Void Hole. It seems this person. The soul stones were clearly rarely seen items. After a long while, only a single cultivator hesitantly took one out and traded it for a single beast puppet. Daoist Heaven Crystal called out several more times, but no one stepped forward. He couldn't help feel somewhat disappointed despite having predicted this. Just as he was about to put away the beast puppets, someone suddenly stood up. The old man's spirits were roused and he glanced at this person with delight. "Fellow Daoist, do you also have soul stones?" Hanli silently flipped his hand and a green gem appeared in his hand. This gem was the size of a chicken egg, far larger than the thumb-sized gem that the old Daoist took out. Its icy chi could be seen by the naked eye. Daoist Heaven Crystal was shocked by the sight and grew vastly delighted. "Fellow Daoist, it is truly rare for a soul stone to be so powerful. How about fellow Daoist pick 2 of the puppets? I definitely won't have you suffer loss." Hanli shook his head with a faint smile. Daoist Heaven Crystal wasn't angered in the slightest and amiably asked, "What? Does fellow Daoist think this is too little? How many would you like?" Hanli calmly asked, "How about for all of the puppets?" The old Daoist frowned and gloomily said, "For all 6. Doesn't fellow Daoist feel this is too greedy?" "Hee, not at all. You should understand this from the soul stone's size alone. Moreover, to you, such a large soul stone would." Hanli stared at Daoist Heaven Crystal and abruptly stopped his words. When Daoist Heaven Crystal heard this, his expression changed and gave Hanli a deep, appraising stare. After a moment of silence, he said, "All right. Such a large soul stone is truly rarely seen. I am in urgent need of this item, so I will exchange all of them." The other cultivators in the room were shocked by what they heard and couldn't help but take a look at the egg-sized gem in Hanli's grasp. A person capable of exchanging for so many rare items as once was certainly someone to take note of. With an entirely calm expression, he handed over the gem with a lowered head and swept his sleeve over the table, instantly taking the puppets into his storage pouch. However, the other cultivators didn't notice that Hanli's lips had moved in the instant he lowered his head. A bewildered expression flickered from Daoist Heaven Crystal's face when he heard of this and his eyes brightly shined. At that moment, Hanli had already returned to his original position with the puppets in his grasp. Next, Daoist Heaven Crystal announced an end to the trade meet and the many cultivators began to leave. When Hanli's party left the pavilion, no one spoke until they arrived 2 streets away. The child fire dragon bluntly spoke with an elderly tone, "Fellow Daoists, I will not be able to accompany you. I have another appointment." Lu Luo smiled and said, "If Brother Lan has matters to attend to, please go. Our residences are near each other. There will plenty of chances to meet again." "Yes, I'll be taking my leave." The child fire dragon bid his farewell without any reservations and walked towards another street. As Hanli gazed at him from a distance, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist fire dragon is truly a wonderful person. Because fellow Daoist Lan mistakenly ate a strange plant when he was young, his appearance is generally that of a child. However, he is forthright and outspoken, and is one of our friends from outside the sect. He is also the sole ancient sword sect elder that is friendly with our Drifting Clouds sect." When Hanli heard this, he frowned and said, "You mean to say the elders of the ancient sword sect don't have a high opinion of the Drifting Clouds sect?" After taking a glance around, Lu Luo said, "That's right. Junior Marshal Brother Han, do you have any plans? Are you going to return to take a rest or will you be purchasing some other items?" Hanli honestly replied, "There are a few particular materials that I need to buy. I plan on taking a look at the nearby markets alone and seeing whether or not I can obtain unexpected gains." When Lu Luo heard that Hanli wished to go by himself, he raised no objections and said, "Just as it so happened, I also plan on purchasing some items as well. Let's part ways for now." As a result, Hanli and Lu Luo immediately split up. The markets of soaring Heaven City were countless times larger than the market city of the Dream Cloud Mountains. Hanli was walking down a road of the city's western market as he examined the streets on either side. The words Hanli said to Lu Luo weren't false. He did plan on purchasing a few rarer talisman refinement materials in preparations to refine a few high-grade talismans. Although he still possessed some spirit beast hides and blood from his time in the scattered star seas, he lacked supplementary materials such as high-grade talisman paper and cinnabar. He needed to raise his skills by an entire realm in preparation to refine the spirit subjugation talisman. Although he hadn't carefully researched the spirit subjugation talisman, the bones heart that recorded it mentioned that its might was truly powerful. As something that would be able to use it to save his life during a crucial moment, Hanli wasn't about to easily relinquish it. However, this talisman was far more complicated and difficult than Refinin ordinary elemental talismans. He had to improve his odds of success by not only improving his talisman refinement abilities but also acquiring a new talisman brush. His original brush was no longer useful. Unfortunately, while the talisman refinement materials were readily purchasable, a satisfactory brush was hard to come by. He already had encountered 2 stores before that were selling top-grade talisman brushes, but after he examined them, he could only shake his head and depart. While these talisman brushes could be used to refine ordinary high-grade talismans, they lacked the ability to refine a secret talisman on the level of the spirit subjugation talisman. Talisman brushes were only spirit tools that were used by talisman masters, and weren't commonly seen. Most of them were of low or mid-grade quality. If a talisman master lacked the magic power, forcibly using a high-grade talisman brush would only increase their odds of failure. Additionally, talisman masters were often too dedicated to their talisman refinement techniques and didn't spend much time increasing their cultivation, resulting in a vast majority of talisman cultivators being below core formation stage. In the entirety of the Heavenly South, there were only a sparse few core formation stage talisman refinement masters. As for any nascent soul stage, there were no such abnormal characters as far as Hanli was aware of. A majority of cultivators that reached nascent soul stage were specialized talisman refinement masters. Nascent soul cultivators were also diverse in their talisman refinement techniques. Most of them would only be able to refine 1 or 2 types of high-grade talismans for their own use, but because high-grade spirit beast hides and high-grade beast blood was rare, they couldn't be refined in great number. As for the success rate, it was beyond poor as one could imagine. This led to single high-grade talismans occasionally being worth quite a bit more than a top-grade magic tool. Chapter 682, Torn Talisman. A majority of elemental high-grade talismans actually weren't particularly powerful, and were inferior to magic treasures. This often resulted in the abandoned pursuit of 5-element magic techniques once a cultivator achieved core formation. This, however, did not mean that all high-grade magic techniques were useless. To Hanli's knowledge, there were many 5-element magic techniques that were powerful to the extent that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to directly block them. However, these magic techniques were incredibly difficult to cultivate, while comprehending them was rather complicated, and they were even more inconvenient to use. In the time it took to employ them, it would be better to use magic treasures to attack. However, Hanli had heard other cultivators mention that the Mulan spell warriors broke through these limits and researched many powerful spirit techniques that could be deployed in an instant, enabling their low-grade spell warriors to rival enemy cultivators of a similar level without the use of talismans or magic tools. As for their high-grade cultivators, they were able to combine their spirit techniques with their magic treasures for double the lethality. This allowed them to overcome similar grade cultivators without problem. It was these capabilities that forced the several superpowers in the Heavenly South to unite against the Mulan tribes. Even then only self-preservation was possible, they were unable of truly defeating the enemy. Ever since Hanli had condensed a nascent soul, he began to study the shallowest high-grade magic techniques in acknowledgement of his shortcomings. However, the speed with which he could employ these few high-grade techniques could only be described as tragic. The only way he could see himself utilizing these techniques was if he were merely smashing through a tortoise's shell. In half the time it took to cast the technique, a cultivator at the same stage could have already killed him 8 times over. Nevertheless, a simultaneous attack from a high-grade talisman and magic treasure makes for an extremely deadly combination. If those talismans were able to be used like low-grade ones in a barrage of 30 at a time, even late nascent soul cultivators would have no choice but to flee the battle. After all, this would be equivalent to the simultaneous strikes of 30 nascent soul cultivators. Even if the target cultivator had defenses that were heaven-defying, they were still bound by the limits of the nascent soul stage and be incapable of receiving such an attack. However, this tactic could only remain imaginary as no one would be so wasteful as to consume several hundred thousands of spirit stones in a single attack. Moreover, high-grade talismans weren't something that could be purchased in the cultivation world, and a majority of them were auxiliary in nature, not offensive. As Hanli mused about this, he walked the streets of the market city and continuously browsed through the larger magic tool and mixed goods stores. Normally, only the larger shops would have top-grade talisman brushes for sale. There was no need for him to consider the smaller shops. They weren't likely to have anything apart from ordinary magic tools, let alone top-grade ones. While there was a slim possibility of a small store carrying such a rare item, Hanli was unwilling to waste the time necessary to search through each one. With so many shops in Soaring Heaven City, he simply didn't have time to go searching through all of them. In addition to Hanli, there were many other cultivators walking down both sides of the street and purchasing their own desired items. While a majority of them were at the foundation establishment stage, there was also an occasional core formation cultivator. As for chi condensation cultivators, there were hardly any of them apart from the city's natives. Hanli concealed his cultivation as a mid-core formation cultivator while he browsed through the markets, merely attracting a few respectful glances from foundation establishment cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, they simply ignored him after a glance when they didn't recognize him. He was able to avoid much attention in this manner and could take his time browsing through each of the large stores. Just as Hanli left another pavilion feeling disappointed, he discovered that most of the day had unknowingly passed. With darkness falling, the various stores began to successively place down moonlight stones. After a moment of hesitation, Hanli decided to look through 2 more stores before returning to his residence. Right after coming to this decision, he heard the sounds of a quarrel not far away from him. There were a group of cultivators that had curiously gathered around the source of the noise. Hanli frowned as he immediately placed his hands behind his back, before he expressionlessly turned around and began to walk back to his residence. As he took his first step, he heard a fierce and resentful voice. "What, are all of you Drifting Cloud sect cultivators merely thieves? You want to just walk away after ruining my talisman?" A young man's voice loudly refuted him with an angry tone. "It isn't that I don't want to pay, but that I am short on spirit stones since I've just bought other items. Also, this is only an elementary mid-grade fire cloud talisman. How could it possibly cost 300 spirit stones? It should only cost 100 spirit stones at most. Moreover, didn't I offer to leave my sect medallion here as collateral? I'll return once I've borrowed some spirit stones from my sect members at the inn." Hanli ceased his steps as the man's voice seemed familiar. It seemed to be someone he recognized from the Drifting Cloud sect. Hanli rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment before heading in the direction of the dispute. Regardless of who it was, he was a grand elder of the Drifting Cloud sect after all. It was unbecoming of him to feign ignorance and walk away. A short moment later, Hanli found himself looking at a small miscellaneous goods store from a distance. There seemed to be several cultivators standing in front of it in confrontation. Amongst them was a heroic black-clothed figure, Firecloud Mountain Sun Hua, who Han Li had last seen at the sword trial assembly. In a short 20 years, this youth had experienced a vast increase in cultivation despite the little change to his appearance. He was currently being confronted by 3 cultivators with unfriendly appearances who seemed to be the shopkeeper and his assistants. At that moment, the short-bearded shopkeeper glared at Sun Hua and said, "A single worthless medallion is useless to me. You can simply return to the Drifting Clouds sect and leave it behind, but I can't track you down all the way over to the state of Shi. So quit talking nonsense. Since you don't have any spirit stones, lay out the items in your storage pouch and I will hold them as collateral. As for that Fire Cloud talisman, you believe it to only be a mid-grade talisman, but it is actually a quality good refined by a talisman grandmaster of our Soaring Heaven City. As such, it's already generous to only charge 300 spirit stones. Could it be that all Drifting Cloud sect cultivators are such scoundrels?" Once that was said, the shopkeeper glanced at the wooden box in his assistant's hands and revealed a regretful expression as if he had suffered a great loss. Sun Hua unexpectedly responded to these words with a smile, "Fine. The things are yours. If you say it, then so be it." This ordinary Fire Cloud talisman was refined by a talisman grandmaster. What? Are you able to tell whether or not it was refined by a talisman grandmaster? Do you simply wish not to pay us back? In that case, don't blame me for notifying the city's enforcers. The shopkeeper coldly laughed and bluntly threatened him. Sun Hua's face turned white then red as there was little question as to which party the 9 Nations Union enforcers would favor. Moreover, this matter was vague and unclear, so he was all but certain to lose the dispute. His expression wavered for a long while before he stepped forward. He slapped the storage pouch at his waist and took out a bundle of talismans. Sun Hua gritted his teeth and said, "Although these talismans aren't of a high grade, they are worth at least 300 spirit stones." The shopkeeper's expression relaxed and he reached out to take the talismans. "This will do." Not this one." Before the shopkeeper took the talismans, Sun Hua swept his gaze over them and his expression vastly changed as he pulled back the talismans. He immediately took the half-torn yellow talisman back before handing over the rest of the talismans. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment before sneering, "Humph. You're so nervous over a torn piece of blank talisman paper? Are you Drifting Cloud sect cultivators really so poor?" He then reached once more to take the talismans. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared between the two in a blur. Sun Hua felt his heart drop while the shopkeeper hastily took several steps back and furiously shouted, "Who are you? What do you think you're doing?" The cultivator that interrupted them expressionlessly responded, "It's nothing. I merely overheard our Drifting Cloud sect being mentioned in a certain way 3 times in a row. How about your esteemed self say it to my face?" Once that was said, an astonishing pressure was released, causing the nearby cultivators to recoil in shock. A few of the cultivators with shallower cultivation felt as if the world itself now weighed down on them, and they fell onto their knees. The 2 core formation cultivators that happened to pass by fared somewhat better, but their bodies were also shaken. One of them became panic-stricken and they cried out, "Nascent soul cultivator. Senior, you." Chapter 683. 2 Choices. Han Li turned his head and coldly glanced at the 2 core formation cultivators that were passing by, causing them to immediately swallow their words. He didn't recognize the 2 middle-aged cultivators, nor did he know which sect they belonged to. At that moment, the shopkeeper and his 2 assistants had already been thoroughly forced to the ground due to their close proximity to the immense spiritual pressure. They were incapable of moving in the slightest, seeming panic-stricken, only to grow even more terrified upon hearing that Han Li was a nascent soul cultivator. They hurriedly tried to beg for forgiveness, but they could barely even gasp for air, let alone speak. The surrounding cultivators all paled, while a few of the more cowardly ones had already fled in fear of being implicated. Han showed consideration for Sun Hua, and the pressure had little effect on him apart from his initial recoil. But once he recognized Han, his expression changed before he deeply saluted him and said, "Disciple Sun Hua pays his respects to martial ancestor Han." Paying no further attention to the three men in front of him, Han turned around and looked at the half-torn talisman in Sun Hua's hand. He nodded his head and said, "It seems there is no need for introductions. You already know of my identity." When Sun Hua recalled the rude words he spoke to Han at the sacred area, he felt greatly worried and humbly apologized with sincerity. Disciple was unaware of martial ancestor's true form. "I hope he will forgive disciple's arrogant words." Han looked at Sun Hua and slowly said, "I had yet to become a sect elder at that time, so of course I won't blame you. However, that torn talisman of yours seems to have something to do with me." Sun Hua was stunned as something suddenly came to mind. He joyfully said, "Could this ruined talisman be?" Han waved and cut him off, "Leave this matter for later." Han Li's eyes then narrowed as he gazed at a silver streak of light flying across the sky. The only cultivators that were allowed to fly in Soaring Heaven City were obviously the 9 Nations Union protectors. They were responsible for keeping order during the entire duration of the trade fair. Sun Hua didn't dare to speak any further and obediently stood still in place. However, his heart was brimming with uncontainable excitement, and his grasp on the talisman paper grew even more careful. At that moment, the streak of light arrived before Han to reveal a yellow-haired old man possessing mid-core formation cultivation. A small golden sword was embroidered on his chest, the emblem of an enforcer. The old man could sense Han Li's astonishing pressure from a distance. However, this area laid within his jurisdictions. Even if there was a nascent soul cultivator showing their might, he had no choice but to confront them. Once the old man spotted Han Li motionlessly standing on the road, he saluted him and said, "Junior is an enforcer of Soaring Heaven City, Wu Fei. I am unaware as to why Senior is angry. Might I ask how I can help?" Given the vast disparity in their cultivation, it was only natural for the enforcer to speak respectfully. Hands behind his back, Han Li indifferently said, "It's not much. I was merely walking through the street when I heard this shopkeeper speak a few words about our Drifting Clouds sect. Therefore, I merely wished for him to repeat what he said." "Ah!" The shopkeeper certainly spouted nonsense. "How dare they offend Senior? You three, hurry up and apologize." The old man felt an immense headache upon hearing Han Li. When the matter pertained to a sect's reputation, it was hard to say how severe the matter was. As such, he first offered a word of appeasement before rebuking the shopkeeper and his associates. Han Li immediately withdrew his spiritual pressure, allowing the three to tremblingly crawl up from the ground. With a bloodless complexion, the shopkeeper immediately said, "Senior, Junior's words were completely mistaken. Junior truly meant no disrespect to your sect. Just now that fellow Daoist had ruined a fire cloud talisman, but Junior will no longer be pursuing any compensation. Junior can only offer his apologies." When Han Li heard this, he frowned and his expression grew gloomy. With a sinister smile, Han Li said, "What? You believe that I will let you off so easily? First let me take a look at the fire cloud talisman in that box. If it truly was refined by a grandmaster, I will pay the spirit stones on this disciple's behalf. But if it isn't, hee." The shopkeeper reacted quickly and hurriedly spoke before Han Li could glance at the wooden box, "There is no need, Senior. That fire cloud talisman is an ordinary talisman. Junior accepts any punishment." Han Li said nothing further and took a glance at the enforcer. When the old man saw this, he knew what to do. He immediately bowed and said, "Please be at ease, Senior. This shopkeeper will be heavily punished for his transgressions. Senior may hand this matter over to me. Since that's the case, then so be it. I don't have the leisure to handle such a petty affair. Sun Hua, you'll be coming with me." Han Li's body blurred, and reappeared at Sun Hua's side. Then with flashes of blinding yellow light, the two disappeared into the ground. The cultivators nearby yelped in admiration at such a marvelous earth movement technique. They hadn't seen such a thing before. Upon seeing Han Li depart, the old man immediately felt relieved. But when he glanced at the three offenders who were heaving large sighs of relief, his expression grew icy. "You three will follow me and tell me the truth about everything that happened. This matter won't be forgiven so easily." When the shopkeeper heard this, his relief instantly turned to misery. A moment after this exchange, Han Li appeared with Sun Hua in a flash of yellow light inside a secluded stone building. Han Li deeply glanced at Sun Hua and said, "Here will be fine. Let me take a look at that torn piece of talisman paper." "Yes, martial ancestor." Sun Hua presented the torn talisman paper to Han Li without any hesitation. Han Li took the talisman paper and quickly glanced at it before silently taking out the other half. Under Sun Hua's unwavering gaze, Han Li put the two halves together and found that they matched without a single flaw. Sun Hua's deepest fear disappeared without a trace before he deeply saluted Han Li without any hesitation. "Sun Hua pays his respect to master." Han Li calmly nodded his head and turned the talisman paper to ash with a flicker of red light. Sun Hua was startled by the sight but immediately calmed down. Han Li found the youth's willpower to be satisfactory. Han Li calmly asked, "It seems you're a descendant of Sun Ergu, but don't go calling me master in such a hurry. First, how about telling me what generation descendant you are?" Chapter 684, Ancient Puppets. Mu Peeling was currently seated in the first floor of their pavilion when Han Li arrived. When she saw him, she immediately stood up and greeted him with bright eyes and a graceful curtsy. Han Li waved his arm and had her stand. "There is no need to wait on me when I'm not around. During the trade fair it will be inconvenient for me to be with you, so you may do as you wish. Keep this on hand. If you encounter something important or dangerous, just pour your spiritual power into it. Not only will it cover you in a spirit barrier, but I will also know your exact location so long as you are within 500 kilometers. Han Li then took out a pair of blue jade ornaments and handed one over to her. Mu Peeling blushed slightly and whispered, "Many thanks, my lord." She then took the jade ornament and hung it at her waist. After telling Mu Peeling that he was turning in for the night, Han Li walked up to the second floor. Once she saw Han Li had disappeared from sight, she glanced at the jade ornament on her waist and wore a complicated expression. Han Li casually picked a room and began meditating on the bed. After 2 hours of rest, he opened his eyes and glanced out the window before muttering a few words to himself. "It's just about time. I should go and pay a visit." Han Li silently left the pavilion and headed directly to a familiar area of Soaring Heaven City. He arrived shortly after at the building that he had previously visited. He stared at the silver signboard with "Crystal Dragon Pavilion" written in gold as he rubbed his chin and glanced into the pitch-black interior before promptly heading inside. Just as Han Li entered the building, the entire room suddenly brightened. Sitting at the end of a long table, Daoist Heaven Crystal smiled at Han Li and said, "Welcome, fellow Daoist. You honor my pavilion with your presence once more, and you're right on time. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Han to be such a punctual character. Since I'm the one that took the initiative to make the appointment, how could I be late?" Judging by Daoist Heaven Crystal's appearance, it appeared as if you've waited for some time. You gave me quite the scare. Han Li swept his arm and an invisible force gently closed the door behind him. Daoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and said, after you left, you suddenly sent a voice transmission saying that you have more soul stones. Were you telling the truth? The old Daoist narrowed his eyes in doubt as he spoke. Han Li replied by simply slapping his storage pouch and taking out a green gem that was just as large as the one he took out earlier in the day. It was glistening and emitted an astonishing yin qi while Han Li gazed at the old Daoist in silence. After seeing how Han Li took out a soul stone of a similar grade as the one from before, his face revealed a trace of excitement and he impatiently said, "It's clear that you were telling the truth. If Brother Han has even more soul stones of this quality, this humble Daoist is willing to buy all of them from you. Spirit stones, materials, please don't hesitate to name your conditions. Daoist Heaven Crystal, don't be so hasty. I definitely plan on trading soul stones with you, but before that, I wish to ask you 2 questions. So long as you answer them to my satisfaction, consider the soul stone yours." Han Li casually tossed the soul stone over to the Daoist Heaven Crystal as he finished speaking. Daoist Heaven Crystal caught the soul stone with slight surprise as he stared at the item, bewildered. After a long moment of silence, he sighed and said, "Fellow Daoist truly acts magnanimously. It seems the questions won't be simple. So long as I am able to answer, this humble Daoist will be certain to satisfy you." Once that was said, Daoist Heaven Crystal carefully put away the soul stone and recovered his calm expression. "Since you've agreed, I'll be blunt. Do you have any information on auric essence?" When I mentioned this information during the exchange, your expression grew odd. You seem to know something. Maintaining a calm expression, Daoist Heaven Crystal slowly replied, "That's right, this humble Daoist does have some information on auric essence. However, this information isn't reliable and as such I was unable to make the trade earlier. If fellow Daoist Han truly wishes to know, I can tell you. Even if the information is inaccurate, I still wish to hear it. Please, go ahead." Although Han Li had predicted this would be the case, he smiled nevertheless. "Even if I don't say anything, fellow Daoist will come to know this in a few days. According to my old friend, the manager of an auction house, there is a chunk of auric essence that will be put up for auction for the duration of the trade meet. However, it seems that the owner of the auric essence only wishes to trade it for another item. Since they've yet to officially put it up for action, the matter is still uncertain. However, if the auric essence is truly put up for auction, those sword cultivation sects would be willing to spend their entire fortunes to acquire it. Fellow Daoists' hopes of acquiring it are truly poor." Han Li's happy expression was gradually replaced by a wry smile. While a 3,000-year-old scarlet essence mushroom might be worth 100,000 spirit stones, something as rare as a chunk of auric essence should be valued at several 100,000. If put up for auction, that cost could double. He was still aware of his limitations. Although he possessed plenty of wealth, he couldn't compare with entire sections. After that was said, there was slight change in Han Li's thoughts. He calmly said, "Regardless, I must thank fellow Daoist for the information. Knowing this, I have the chance to prepare some more spirit stones in advance." Ah yes, would fellow Daoist happen to know the identity of the owner of the auric essence? I wish to pay them a visit ahead of time. The old Daoist twirled his long beard and smiled. "I am not sure of their identity. I only know that this person is a nascent soul cultivator from the 9 Nations Union. They are currently staying at a small mountain to the west of the city. If fellow Daoist makes the attempt, it shouldn't be too hard to find them. Many thanks for fellow Daoist's information. That will be enough information with regards to the auric essence. For my next question, I wish for fellow Daoist Heaven Crystal to tell me about those soul stones." The old Daoist's amiable expression instantly changed upon hearing Han Li. With bright, flickering eyes, he sullenly asked, "Fellow Daoist, what do you mean? This humble Daoist doesn't entirely understand." Hanli unwaveringly gazed at the old Taoist and said, I won't conceal that I also understand a bit about puppet refinement. Moreover, I found some ancient puppet remains from an ancient cultivator's cave residence, and it was within those remains that I found these soul stones. Chapter 685. Meeting the Marquis. Once the old Taoist heard what Hanli wanted, his uncontrollable excitement promptly faded away. With his newly restored calm, he said, It seems fellow Taoist Han plans on using this to extort me. Hanli calmly said, Extort. Those words are mistaken. Until now, I've never made any demands of you, rather, I gifted you with several rare soul stones. If fellow Taoist doesn't feel this arrangement to be profitable, just pretend I never asked the second question, and you can keep those soul stones. Taoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and then began to waver while Hanli simply stood at the side without urging him in the slightest. After a long while, the old Taoist coldly said, If I give you the puppet designs, you will more or less be able to tell whether they are legitimate. But how can I possibly know if you were telling the truth about the Umbra beasts? Hanli unhurriedly responded with a tranquil tone, To tell the truth, even if fellow Taoist knew where the Umbra beasts are, he would have no method of getting there. Not only is that place deadly beyond belief, but even if one is fortunate enough to enter, there is no way to return. Even I was only barely able to escape alive. Even if you don't believe me, my soul stones are genuine all the same. I'll give a portion of them to you for the puppet refinement designs. Enough so that fellow Taoist definitely won't suffer a loss. Besides, what use are puppet refinement methods without the soul stones required to use them? Taoist Heaven Crystal frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. After the old Taoist deliberated on what there was to gain and lose, his expression relaxed before he said, Fine. I have no interest in mulling over whether the supposed source of your soul stones is real. I will only ask how many soul stones you plan on using to exchange for the puppet refinement designs. If it's too few, I would rather just monopolize them. While Hanli was happy about this outcome, he betrayed none of it in his voice. I will have to see the value of the ancient puppet designs first. If they are only on the level of the puppets that were traded during the day, then I have no interest in looking at them. The old Taoist wore an odd expression. Those puppets were only defective goods I found. From what you've said, it seems the more powerful these puppets are, the more soul stones you are willing to pay. Hanli pursed his lips. That's right. If there are designs to refine a puppet that can match the strike of a nascent soul cultivator, I would be willing to exchange 30 spirit stones for it. Taoist Heaven Crystal seriously asked, Would these soul stones be of the same quality as the ones you've given from the start? Could there truly be designs for ancient puppets on the level of nascent soul cultivators? Hanli was amazed at the prospect and immediately grew overjoyed. Without any restraint, he said, Since when have my words been false? Fine. This jade slip contains the designs for the ancient puppets. I will be directly giving it to you, not lending it. The old Taoist quickly took out a white jade slip from his storage pouch and tossed it to Hanli while a cunning expression appeared on his face. Hanli was stunned by his actions and faintly felt like something was amiss. After some thought, he bluntly took the jade slip and swept his spiritual sense through it. After a long while, Hanli's complexion fluctuated between red and white before he started glaring at Taoist Heaven Crystal in silence. The old man beamed back at him and said, What's wrong? The greatest of these puppet designs are able to match the strike of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Is there something not in accordance with your request? Hanli angrily said, Humph. What part isn't? The main ingredients for these puppets are heaven-defying materials on the level of 10,000-year-old ironwood. And the supplementary materials aren't just rare, I've never even heard of them. Where am I supposed to find them? Hee hee. You have this humble Taoist sympathies, but there is little I can do. Look on the bright side, there's an illustration accompanying each of the materials. Perhaps fellow Taoist may come across them with enough luck and will even manage to acquire enough to make a puppet. As the old Taoist anticipated, Han Li's expression quickly grew furious and he asked, could it be fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal has already found the materials? Why else would he be gathering soul stones? With a calm expression, Taoist Heaven Crystal said, when did this humble Taoist say that he would be personally refining the puppets? I merely found 2 half-finished high-grade puppets from the ruins. With these soul stones, I'll be able to use them. There is no need for me to create them from scratch. You. After hearing this, Han Li grew silent for a long while. Alright, this humble Taoist already gave you the puppet refinement designs. Now about they're yours. Before the old Taoist could even finish speaking with his insincere smile, Han Li unhappily swept his sleeve across the table. With a flicker of green light, a small pile of soul stones appeared. Taoist Heaven Crystal was overjoyed, but he thought he should say something further out of embarrassment. Han Li dismissed this by waving his arm and saying, because I was careless, I suffered quite a loss, but I have no complaints. Now that the debt has been settled, I will be taking my leave. Han Li gave a salute before gloomily leaving the building. The old Taoist glacéed at Han Li's departing figure and shook his head with closed eyes. He then nodded his head and excitedly placed the pile of gems into his storage pouch. He had managed to trade some unusable puppet designs for so many soul stones. It was only natural for him to feel satisfied. With these soul stones, he will be able to complete those half-finished puppets. However, the old Taoist was truly shocked to see Han Li take out so many soul stones and couldn't help but think higher of him. Unbeknownst to the old Taoist, Han Li's gloomy expression had completely disappeared when he walked several streets away. Instead, he was holding onto the white jade slip with a strange smile on his face. While 10,000-year-old ironwood would prove difficult for others to acquire, it would only take Han Li a bit of time. As for the supposedly unknown materials, they seemed to be salvageable from the remains of the puppets he found in Heaven Void Hall if he remembered correctly. If luck would have it, he should be able to gather the materials needed to create several high-grade puppets. With strength rivaling nascent soul cultivators, these puppets would increase his combat power several-fold. His previously obsolete puppet techniques were about to once again become one of his killing moves. Furthermore, the jade slip also contained several designs for puppets that were equivalent to of core formation cultivators. Although they could be considered rare, they were still purchasable with large quantities of spirit stones. These weaker puppets might not pose a threat to nascent soul cultivators when in small groups, but if you were to create several hundreds of them, they would have the power to force a nascent soul cultivator to dodge. However, these were simply musings. Even the lowest grade puppet designs had a cost equivalent to common magic treasures. Creating several tens of them, not to mention several hundred, was something that Han Li couldn't afford at the moment. Refining several hundred of the 1,000 bamboo school's grade 3 puppets had nearly bankrupted him. Even after selling off most of his demon beast materials at the time, he was still barely able to afford them. The cost of the nascent soul-level puppets paled even more in comparison. Han Li wryly smiled at the thought and gained his bearings before heading towards the city's west gate. Although the day was already late, it made no difference to him whether or not the sun was shining. As such, he decided that it was still a good time to seek out the owner of the auric essence. With the official start of the trade fair, cultivators from various regions of the heavenly South Continent now crowded the city. On the start of the second day, auction houses began to start accepting bids on various valuables. The rare goods that were displayed attracted the eyes of many wealthy cultivators. A middle-aged cultivator standing at the very front of the hall wore a wide smile on his face and said, "The chunk of auric essence is sold to this fellow Taoist for 7,600,000 spirit stones." There was an emerald tray sitting on top of a redwood table which had a walnut-sized piece of faint gold ore that appeared entirely unremarkable. Afterwards, a silver-robed cultivator excitedly walked forward and handed over the spirit stones before acquiring the auric essence. Sitting in the audience, Hanley simply sighed before taking his leave from the auction hall. Although the following items that were to be auctioned were even more precious, he had little desire for them. On that night, he was able to easily find the owner of the auric essence with his spiritual sense. However, the owner would only exchange it for a grade 7 demon beast egg or a legendary treasure refinement material named Divine Unity Paste. Possessing neither, Hanley could only depart in disappointment. But from what was said, Hanley realized that he only possessed enough auric essence to temper 70 of his swords. But despite this, Hanley had still participated in the auction for the auric essence. But once the price exceeded 5 million spirit stones, Hanley had completely given up. It seemed it would still be quite a while before he could complete the aureate sword formation. Having left the auction, Hanley went around the city, buying supplementary materials for puppet refinement. After he finished, he headed towards a corner of the city. He recalled what Marquis Nanlong had previously said. As it was already the 4th day of the trade fair, he curiously headed towards the location mentioned in the jade slip. After Hanley swept the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he stood in front of a stone building with an ordinary appearance. He approached the door, and it opened before he even knocked on it. A long-bearded, purple-robed man wearing a jade crown then walked out of the building. Marquis Nanlong spoke rather enthusiastically, "Fellow Daoist Han, you've arrived. Let me introduce you to our associates." As the group's leader, Marquis Nanlong stood at their center and spoke with a deep tone, "There are fellow Taoists that are from the righteous Tao, devilish Tao, and there are even a few vagrant cultivators among you. However, you are all similar in which your spiritual senses are exceptionally vast. It is for that reason that I've asked all you fellow Taoists to come here today. A portion of you should already have a general idea of the matter, but a majority should be ignorant of the matter. I will be giving a thorough briefing on the matter before everyone can decide to participate in the matter. If you are unwilling, I will not force you." When Hanley heard this, his spirits were roused. The heart of the matter has finally arrived. A stern-faced cultivator sitting across from the black-robed man suddenly said, "Hee. I don't care about the others, but why are those 2 ghost spirit sect juniors here? Don't tell me that their spiritual senses are a match with ours." At that same moment, he gave a hostile glance at Wang Tiangu as if they were enemies. The Marquis predicted this would happen and spoke as if he already had an answer, "Fellow Daoist Long, you will have to overlook it. Although their cultivation isn't very high, they are proficient in secret techniques. When they later join their spiritual senses with ours, they will provide a significant boost. You should know that it is difficult to find cultivators with spiritual senses as powerful as ours, regardless of how their spiritual sense became so strong." The stern-faced cultivator expressionlessly replied, "Since that's the case, pretend I never said anything." The other cultivators had no complaints and glanced at Marquis Nanlong, waiting for him to start. Marquis slowly swept his eyes past everyone present and slowly said, "The reason I've gathered everyone here is for the purpose of traveling to the Milan Plains." The Milan Plains. Marquis Nanlong's words came as a large surprise to most of those present, Hanley included. 1. Wang Chan was last seen in chapter 363, and had tormented Hanley several times in the past. How could it be there? A majority of cultivators hadn't heard of the spell formation before, but their hearts trembled upon hearing the ghost spirit sect master. Anything from the 10 great ancient restrictions would absolutely be difficult to dissolve. A trace of astonishment flickered from Han Li's eyes, but it soon disappeared. The Marquis was somewhat surprised that Wang Tiange knew of this. After exchanging a glance with the white-clothed old man, he smiled and offered a word of praise. I had already heard of Brother Wang's grand reputation as a master of formation spells. To know of such an obscure ancient formation, I see that his reputation was well deserved. Wang Tiange seemed to realize something and politely declined to speak. Brother Nanlong, please continue. I've only heard of its name and know nothing of how to dissolve it. The matter is completely unfamiliar to me. When the white-clothed old man saw this, he gave a rare smile and he directly said, "We spent several years after our discovery researching the method of breaking through the restriction. We either had to whittle it away with brute force or find 8 cultivators with powerful spiritual sense capable of manifested spiritual sense to dissolve the restriction. Forcefully breaking through the restriction definitely wouldn't do. Ancient restrictions were extraordinarily profound. Even if we were to violently attack the formation without end for several months, it may not be enough to break it. Of course, there would be no way we would so boldly display such actions inside the Milan plains. If we were to dissolve it with manifested spiritual sense, it would only take a day to break through so long as all of your abilities are sufficiently powerful." The cultivators in the hall now understood why they were all called together. Perhaps other mid-nascent soul cultivators would possess stronger spiritual sense and be more suitable for breaking the restrictions, but the two clearly didn't wish for other powerful cultivators to join them in fear that they would be betrayed. After all, while 2 mid-nascent soul cultivators might not be able to win against the early nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to force a stalemate, if just barely. Regardless, all of the cultivators present in the hall each felt rather excited at the thoughts of treasures from Devil Fall Valley. Although it would be dangerous to enter the edge of the Milan Plains, the danger was insignificant in comparison to what there was to be gained. This was an opportunity that was seldom seen but often sought. Marquis Nanlong confirmed their participation and revealed a genuine smile upon seeing that no one had backed down. "There is still something I must make clear to you all. If we are successful and are able to truly enter the cave residence, Brother Yun and I will have first pick. Then we will split the remaining treasures evenly. Any objections?" You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.